So I will present our project. It's called Creaative Physiome, and our aim is to improve healthcare and medicine with validated scientific simulators. It's based on our previous research and the results from research grants. And we know that the life expectancy is growing and scientific knowledge is also increasing. So it brings new challenges to medicine and healthcare. And we are currently experiencing that medical students and physicians need to learn more and more compared to their counterparts 40, 50 years ago. So it's also hard and time consuming to comprehend complex problems from only static books, ebooks, or pre-recorded videos. So our solution is to give the interactivity into the education of medical studies. So our solution is interactive digital simulators of medicine in either web browser or mobile devices. These are, as you see, interactive applications. So the user can press the buttons and play, see the visualizations. So the complex problems are explained in game-like scenarios. Our students and our potential customers, they appreciate these learning materials, and they say that our solution increased comprehensibility of complex problems. And our preliminary study shows that it can reduce study time by more than 20% and improve pass test rate by 10% and more. We have so far only 3 topics. You can see only 2 of them: the cardiology, hemodynamics, the infection, and iron metabolism explained. And we would like to increase it into more topics within our project. The business plan A is to deliver simulators as web books. So either online web application or offline mobile application. We call it Atlas of Physiology, Pathophysiology, and Clinical Physiology. So the students, they know what they can expect from that product. Target are students, medicine, teachers, so business to customer model, or medical schools or university who can buy the license to their students or teachers. The premium license can cost about 40 euros, which is comparable with our competitors. And the potential of Czech market is about 20,000 students, which can generate about, if we reach the 10% market share, it could generate 88,000 euros per year. European market is larger, 400,000 students, and if we reach at least 10% market share, we can generate 1.6 million euros. The business plan B is focusing more on the medical school, hospitals, simulator centers. There are special healthcare simulator centers, more than 4 in Czechia, more than 85 in Europe, and more than 500 worldwide and USA. And this business plan focused to establish partnership with manufacturers or vendors with virtual reality or hardware mannequins, so we can deliver to them models and simulators which will enhance the experience. We estimate the revenue about 1.6 million euros in 3-4 years. Our business plan C is to do customized simulators. It is based on our already realized project, ad hoc project we did for Hochschule Luzern in Switzerland and Medivere in Czechia. Our unique value is that our simulators are scientifically validated based on the models, interactive, our virtual patient connected with the hardware mannequin and mockup is unique. Our competitors doesn't have it. We have no code tools to customize simulators, but no programmers, pre-sales consultant, and premium customers. So they can finalize the simulator, and the technology is based on the standards and open source. So we prevent vendor lock. Our team is multidisciplinary. So we have background in computer science, medicine, biocybernetics, pathophysiology. We have also 2 computer graphics. And our roadmap for next 3-4 years are divided into 2 sections. First is to have at least grant angel investment to finalize minimum viable product in 6 months. And the second is to gain some seed capital to improve to minimum viable product to full product and stabilize core team. So thank you for your attention, and I can explain other details if you have any questions.
Great, Tomasz. Thanks for your pitch. And I think we can go straight to questions. So we can have questions from anyone, anyone on the call.
Hello, this is Daniel from Carebot. Can I have a question, very quick?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm seeing during the second round, it will take 3 years to convert MVP to full products. How did you calculate this? Because 3 years seems like quite a long time from what I can see, but of course, I don't know the topic that well, but I would like to see, I would like to hear more information regarding this. Thank you.
Okay, as I mentioned, we have only 3 topics covered in physiology and pathophysiology, and we would like to enhance it to 30 and more topics. We or my colleagues already had such Atlas of Physiology in 20 years ago in some DOS programs and so on, but we would like to implement it into the technologies we already have, and we would like to precise it and do it with our partners from faculty hospitals. So the work is mainly to increase the volume of the product we are covering. We have now 3 topics, and it's not yet finished. So we need another 4-6 months to finalize that, and the 3 years is to make the probably the comprehensive pathophysiology covered in our product. So it could be connected with any book which is existing, or we can make that any book covering the pathophysiology with interactive simulation like that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Hi, Thomas. This is Matthew Standard from InterSystems. Appreciate the presentation. Question, is there any overlap between the initial product for medical students, so we'll call that the kind of pilot or phase 1, and then the scientific simulators that you're going to be creating kind of in phase 2? Is there any technology or anything else that's kind of copied and pasted over for efficiency from pilot to second project?
Yes, almost all the models are scientifically verified. It's published from journals, and we have methodology, modeling methodology. We are presenting a couple years in scientific conferences. I'm now in Amsterdam, heading to the Engineering and Medicine and Biology Society conference in Glasgow in 2 weeks, and this technology is open source. The modeling technology is also sponsored mainly by the automotive or aerospace industry. So we use these standards, and we are very dependent on that, but it's not like one vendor who is delivering. And so we believe that this will give us better chance compared to our competitors. For example, here the competitor Harvey Online, it's mainly based only on a cardiology topic, and they cover they try to hide the models, the model implementation. Our models are open source, and our intellectual property is realization as simulators and visualization and parameters. But the core, the models are scientific. They can be reused, and it's our aim to reuse that model and give only the very small parts of parameters which can be visualized and manipulated to users so he can understand. So we have the big background, quite complex, but we can select only specific things which can be understandable for student or any physicians who needs to focus on only one thing.
Thank you.
I may mention that, for example, the Just Physiology, it's another project in the United States. It's based on a HuMod model. It's a derivative of Guyton model. They started to do it 40 years ago. And we re-implement their model in the standard we are using. And even we enhance that. And they are now protecting the HuMod with trademark and doesn't publish any other results because they want to sell it. But our strategy is to give the models to the community. It's quite complex, and sell only the realization, the simulators.
Okay, do we have all question? I think we have time for last one. Right. So in this case, let me thank you, Tomáš.
Thank you
again for your presentation about Creaative Physiome, what you do, and it's my regards to Amsterdam sending. So let me thank you again for tuning in, and for everyone, we will have a recording that we can forward to those who will ask specifically for the pitch. So thanks again. Great job. And I'd like now to invite NANTEO to present as our second team. Just from organization perspective, we have NANTEO, then Longevica, then we will have a short break. And at 3, we will continue with the presentation. So now it's NANTEO. So let me welcome you to the virtual stage of Caelestinus. Who is going to present, by the way?
Hi, everyone. It's going to be me. It's
yeah,
nice to see you
so
all.
nice to see you again, Monica.
Nice to see you too. So can I start sharing my screen?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to ask if everyone can see that.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome. I hate going to the doctors. I even have a problem to actually make the appointment because I have to call there, I have to make the time for it, I won't be able to work, I have to find a parking spot. And then when I finally got there, I have to wait in a waiting room full of other people when there is nothing wrong with me and I feel completely fine. Because of all of this, I keep postponing my doctor's visit over and over again. Okay, but what if something does hurt me? What if I feel blue or my stomach hurts or I feel that something is not quite right? What can I do then? I have 2 options. I can either go to the doctors, which I hate. I am too busy for that. I also believe it's not that big a deal to go to the doctors, and I believe it's going to get better by its own. So I have another option, and that is going on Google. I think I don't have to explain to you that it's not a very good idea because the only thing I find out there is that I have all the deadly diseases of the world Plus, I have more symptoms than I had before because after I read them, I also have them. Does that change my opinion about going to the doctors? No. It makes me more nervous, it makes me more stressed out, but it doesn't change anything. And I keep underestimating my prevention again. You know, it's not only me who does that. Actually, 85% keep underestimating their prevention, even though their family history. That 90% of doctors recorded a lower number of patients since COVID started because people are worried they're gonna get sick while waiting at the doctor's office. And 40% of death in the United States could be averted through better prevention. So this is the reality, but it doesn't have to be the future. Because in NANTEO, we aim to change the way how people approach their healthcare, and we want to show you that taking care of ourselves can be as easy as making a coffee in a capsule coffee machine. Instead of trying to get you to the doctors, we aim to bring prevention close to you by creating Malia points. And that would be possible thanks to our device called Malia, which will give you your health results within 25 minutes. Right now, we are testing our second prototype, which looks like you can see on our side. And we are also working on our third one, in which all the bugs and errors will be fixed. We are getting ready for the certifications like IVDR, FDAs, and others, but this is a very complicated part for us. So how does this all work, right? Imagine this. You feel blue, your stomach hurts, or you feel completely fine, just feel like you want to improve the quality of your life. Now, instead of Google, you can go to the closest Malia point, like for example, pharmacy, gas station, or something like that. You can get tested by yourself and you are free to go. Your health results will be automatically sent to you and to your doctor within 25 minutes through FHIR and InterSystems. So you can track and analyze all of your previous results anytime when you need it. And also you and your doctor will have the results anytime when you like to and anytime when you need to. This would improve your healthcare. It would also make your doctor's job easier. To be clear, we don't aim to replace doctors. We aim to support them, to give them more information for better decisions. The whole process of testing can be compared to the process of making a coffee in a capsule coffee machine. I believe that all of us know this process. If you want the coffee, you insert the coffee capsule in the coffee machine and you have your coffee. With us, it works the same, just instead of the coffee machine, you have our Malia device. Instead of the coffee capsule, you have our testing cartridge. Plus, with us, you need small sample of blood from your finger and you have your results. The testing cartridges would be called, for example, why does my head hurt? Why am I tired? So you always know which testing cartridge you want to use for what kind of symptoms. We are a very small team with a great vision and we complement each other in the different parts of our business. We have marketing, development, science, business, and we also have great partners and advisors who help us and support us on our way as well. Right now, we are searching for a partner as well as an investor who would help us create first Malia points because prevention is better than cure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica, for for your presentation. So I'd like to ask the audience to fire questions at you right now at will. So we have 9 minutes.
Hello, Monica. This is Thomas from Jufa. I have a question. What's your opinion, or what do you think about the business model? Have you thought about it already, or are you still waiting?
Yes, we've already thought about it. And the business model would be that we want to sell, of course, the devices, which would be a little bit more expensive. So that's why we first aim to the share points like gas stations, so you can be on many places as possible. But the main business model is in those cartridges. So if you imagine the business model of copy printers or the coffee machines, it's the big amount is on the testing cartridge.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Hello, Marek Novak, Exco and Preciosa. I would like to ask you if you could elaborate about the type of analytes which you want to sense, and also which type of technology do you plan to use? Is it amperometric? Do you measure fluorescence? Is it colorimetric?
It's chemiluminescent immunoassay inside Malia, and we can analyze antigens and antibodies. So that's like a huge platform. It's universal. But right now we are starting with one parameter, which is for diabetes. And we don't aim to go with this on the market, but our partner were able to give us this parameter very fast. We can actually test our device on this parameter, so we can compare our machine with the machines in laboratory, so we know that it's working and that we can continue with the development. What we are searching for the partner as well is actually this part of chemistry, because it would really help us to be faster, to have more tests and be able to market faster.
Okay, thank you. And if I can have one more question, what type of analytes, specific analytes, do you plan to launch with? Like first 3 or 5, which you plan to launch with first?
Right now we are talking with ICAM about creatinine. This one is a little bit harder for us for the CLIA detection, but this is what we're aiming right now for.
Hello, Monica, it's wonderful to see you. I was thinking, are you planning to manufacture these, or how many prototypes you already have? Because I assume that for launching every single point, you will need to have at least a couple of these working ones. So how is this gonna work?
Yeah, so right now we have 2 prototypes. First one, it was totally 3D printed, very homemade. This one is not 3D printed that much. We're already starting to working with the materials we want to use, and then working on the third one, which should be the final one, and that should be the one we are doing more devices. Because yeah, as you said, if you want to launch it, we will need more devices. Right now, it's everything on us. We of course outsource what we can, so we're not doing everything on our own, the case and everything. We have partners who will help us to create this. So right now, this is how we do it. We manage it and we outsource it somewhere where it can be built, created.
Thank you for the answer. I'm also wondering, this is probably going to be a medical device, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be a bit higher class as well. So regarding the manufacturing, you will need to keep the same level of each individual machines. I'm a bit worried about how this is going to go with outsourcing it, but definitely best of luck, and I truly enjoy this project.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Monica. Matt Standard, InterSystems. Along the lines of Daniel's question, I'm thinking the same. You've got a lot going on in this business model, a platform to connect patients to doctors, but then this diagnostic component. Can you give any guidance on FDA approval pathway, EMA, et cetera? What sort of clinical studies do you have to undertake?
Yes. So about these certifications, as I mentioned in my presentation, this is very hard for us because we're totally new. We are experienced in various parts of business, but this is something what we've never done before. So we are very happy that we have partners or mentors who help us with that. However, we are doing big research about IVDR, what we will need to have, and we're started to think about it. But the FDA, we are very at the beginning, and we have very little. We've been in USA. I'm still here actually, that's why it's so dark here, and we are at the beginning of the way, to be honest. So we didn't done any clinical studies yet.
Where will you go first? What's your target market for launching?
Yes, so right now we are focusing on Europe and the IVDR because it's the market we know most about. But that's why we went to USA, to actually be able to get to know more the USA market as well, and compare how hard it will be to get on those markets, where is the biggest business, where it will be, where it will have the biggest value to start on, because this is very hard project and the certifications are very, very hard, and we need that. We believe it's doable. We also had those feedbacks at the summit as well, but yeah, that's hard for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
So any more questions? We have 2 minutes, so there is still space for one or two quick ones.
Maybe Monica, Thomas from Jufa here again. You mentioned investment. Have you thought about the amount of money you would like to receive?
Yeah. It would be $1 million for us to be able to have the clinical studies, the certifications, also have more people in our team, because that would be so much faster for us if we could have some help. Because right now we are like 4 main people who actually do that every day, and the rest is helping us like they could. So for all those things.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Right. Anyone? Last question. Okay. In which case, I'd like to thank you, Monica, for the pitch, and I enjoyed the pitch in Seattle as well. So. Again, thank you. Thank you for doing a great job. It's a good idea, I think, in the presentations to highlight like what you are asking for, how much money, and maybe say like as you said, it will be used on the team and on expansion, building prototype, but also to maybe give some information as to whether you are after equity financing or debt financing or any other form, and so I think it's good to point this out also. So fine, let's invite Longevica. I'm not sure who is gonna present, guys. So
I probably myself.
Hello,
but we have Manuel as well. Hi. Okay.
Hi, guys. So whenever you are ready.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this opportunity to present today. We really enjoyed Seattle event, actually. Yeah, so basically, most of you know, but I will go through our slide deck quickly and then answer some questions. So at Longevica, we are pioneering healthy aging transformation, and our mission is to build a leading data-driven end-to-end healthy aging platform, primarily for senior care, for personalized value-based senior care. And it is obvious that the healthy aging is a major issue, and we have currently ongoing process which is called and it basically means that there are tens of millions of people who are currently in the system who are struggling with many conditions at once, and it puts tremendous pressure on the healthcare system, which means two things basically: that there are issues with the unsustainable cost for the healthcare providers on the one hand, and then obviously acute personnel shortage. And we see, based on the statistics, that it's another million of registered nurses to be added by 2030. So this demand is immense. And what we are building basically is we're trying, well, the mission is basically to enable hospitals to get into the untapped market opportunities of telehealth. That's first thing. And secondly, to empower nurses and physicians to scale up their business tremendously manifold in terms of patients, but also help keep these services by them actually even more personalized, even more empathetic and rewarding. So that's the ideal solution. What we're doing for that, we're doing our end-to-end platform. It comprises 3 elements. So we come to hospital and score the patients with our healthy aging score, which is based on the EMR, which is normally readily available data. Based on the score, we prioritize patients and personalize their care plans using the overall atlas of care pathways, which are available in the hospitals systems of the US. And then we help implement these care plans at home with our device, which is consumer-facing device, and does basically two things. It monitors adherence and collects data. And of course, through that, that data feeds back into our platform. Based on that, we can better personalize care plans in the future. Once we get more data, which care plans are actually efficient based on the score of the patient. So putting this all together and making, again, the care even more value-based, making sure that it actually works. So it's always that the timing is right for that. And just a few years ago, it was totally impossible to do a similar thing because we currently have FHIR as a widely adopted global standard, which was pushed basically into the hospitals to implement, and now it's an accepted standard. We also have an issue which, like just 3 years ago, I would say that less than half of the hospitals were ready to provide remote services. Now it's almost 100%. And then, of course, there's the 21st Century Cures Act, which requires enablement of provision of data to the patients. And finally, of course, the CPT codes, which made it economically feasible to do that. The latest CPT codes for remote patient monitoring, for remote therapy monitoring, they were introduced this year, and some of those codes last year. So this creates a perfect timing and a large market by itself. I mean, these CPT codes by Medicare, which is, this market is ridiculously underutilized. Currently, these codes are being used like up to 2% of their potential. And even with this underutilization, we see that the market is already over 4 billion, like projected for this year. And then, it will go up to 14 billion within the next few years with a substantial compounded annual growth rate. And this is our market, even if we show like 50 million projected sales in the next year, based on the current multiples, will become already a billion company. The business model is very straightforward. So what we do, we add to our platform providers accounts, and then we add the care plans with this kind of our SKUs, and then we add breadth to our platform. In each account, we add more patients if, and obviously this is the thing which matters, that our device would be accepted on the patient's level at home. So this altogether makes it a straightforward SaaS business model, where we get the percentage from the reimbursement which the providers get. Yeah, there are many solutions given that the market is huge for that. And we see primarily, like on the bottom, there are a lot of solutions which are lifestyle focused, not healthcare driven, not clinically proven. So we don't take them into account. However, we try to be as well consumerized and consumer centric. But on the left, you see a lot of solutions which are point-based solutions. And unfortunately, hospitals are not able to embrace these technologies because they are point-based solutions, and there are just hundreds of those, and it's impossible to evaluate them and to implement. So what we're trying to make something, a kind of a sales channel, a very clear end-to-end solution which hospitals can embrace, and which help them actually implement the hospital at home concept, which many of hospitals actually have. If we look specifically at those,
we are out of time. Sorry.
Okay. The team is great, diverse backgrounds, and we have great strategic partnerships with InterSystems using all their spectrum of solutions, and then working with Wake Forest for their technologies. and of course, having access to the hospital chain of Atrium Health and Advocate Urogram within the merger. Thank you so much, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Anton. So let's go for questions.
Anton, hey, here is Pavel from Kaya. One question for you regarding the regulatory framework for the solution. Where will the regulator limit you, and where you will be free, independent of regulatory framework?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I want to, to point out important element that we are recommending something to certified physicians. We are not, driving actual health. We don't advise patients, obviously, right? Which means that the device would be a class 1 device, so nothing special. And then until we have this data feeding back, we don't have even to certify anything on the AI kind of side of this business. But then once we have the data, yes, we'll have to go through the full AI process. And we know the process. It's now tens of companies went through that with their AI solutions.
Okay, so you do not focus in the initial phase any health outcome offering?
Right, yes. So we only use clinically proven reimbursed care plans with certified physicians and nurses, right?
Mm-hmm. So if I can, let me have a quick follow-on question. If you think of solutions and platforms that exist today in the US hospital systems, what is it that you're going to replace?
Yeah, so that's, I call it an innovation paradox. There's abundance of innovation in the US, really, like in Europe, everywhere, and nothing of that actually comes into hospitals. And we talk with Wake, they estimate that less than 20% actually gets into the hospitals. So it gets something, but less than 20%. So we are essentially, we're not developing as like a single specific solution, right? So what we develop, we have this proprietary healthy agent score, and we collect and own data, and of course our proprietary device. Otherwise, we can actually be partners with all of these companies, which I mentioned here on the slide, and we can be a sales channel for them if we establish like really strategic relationships with many hospitals. That's what we are going after now with this company. And we established now with Wake and their chain, which is one of top 5 chain in the US. And with that, we can bring these endpoint solutions into our platform. So we are creating a sales channel. We're not replacing somebody. On the contrary, we are creating a sales channel for many of those solutions which want to get into the hospitals, like peer therapeutics, this digital therapeutics stuff, which is a lot of them. And peer, amazingly, peer has thousands of patients so far. A company which is in the market over 5 years now. So we see that this is an acute problem, that hospitals are not unfortunately receptive for this kind of things. And we have established sales channel, we can put it on our platform, and it would be frictionless for them.
Okay, got it. I understand that you're working on scoring for better demand management.
Right.
Okay, let me hold for now to let others ask questions. Maybe I'll come back with one more.
Hi, Anton. Nice to hear you pitch again. Maybe you can give us a quick update on your pilot project at Wake Forest. Just what sort of ground have you broken there, so to speak, and maybe just some initial feedback.
Yeah. So at the conference, we actually showed in our dashboard, which we created for the hospitals. Which shows that based on just EMR data, you can identify those patients which will benefit from specific care plans. And already in this dashboard for the administration of the hospitals, we show how much funds, how much money they can get if they cover 100% of those patients who we identified as those who would benefit. And this was the primary interest currently. I would say that the feedback from the conference, which we saw that the dashboards are really exciting for the hospitals to score the patients and prioritize them and basically proactively approach them. Because currently there is no system to proactively approach them. You only deal with the patients once they are symptomatic and come to the hospital with a problem. So this is the feedback from our discussions with the hospital chains and specifically with Wake. They became very interested in implementing that. They already score their patients, 300,000 patients a week. With whoever the EMR data changes, they score them on a weekly basis. But now, unfortunately, they're doing this with in-house, I would say, Excel spreadsheets, to be kind of specific. So what we are building for them, and based on what they're doing, this enterprise level software to do the same thing but more efficient. And this is primary interest of the hospitals right now, the dashboards.
And has it gone live yet, or are you still implementing?
We are still working with the synthetic data. We are currently building a serverless application with Wake, and actually we're right now raising a small safe round of like $500,000 up to $500,000 to accelerate matters and to put our developers directly into Wake Forest. They have their IQ Quarter, which is kind of an innovation hub there. And to start basically building the software. Right now we have the dashboards, everybody understands the use case scenarios, and now it's a matter of really developing actual development.
Great, thanks, Anton. Looking forward to hearing more when it goes live.
Yeah. We plan for like specific pilots already. We are discussing pilots already with a few hospitals like beyond Atrium Health. And this are scheduled for October-November timeframe. So by that time, yes, we will definitely develop already software.
Perfect. Anton, thanks for your pitch. It's nice to see you again in digital, because pixels are so much more exciting than the real thing. And you also gave the last pitch before a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. Central European time, which is in, I think, 14 minutes. So thanks to Creaative Physiome, NANTEO, and Longevica for being the first 3 teams to pitch on our first demo day. As I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but as you know, this is the first demo day. We'll have the final demo day in November at eCam in person. Also will be streamed online for those who can't participate. But after 3 months of incubation, I think so far I'm excited about the shape you are in, Caelestinus. So thanks so far to the teams that pitched, and we'll be back just I don't know, 1 minute before 3 p.m. CET. So I'll see you again. I'll mute myself and grab a quick coffee. So thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I hope you are ready for the next dose of exciting teams and ideas that need help in growth for world's dominance. I think that Mark Zuckerberg used to finish all his meetings, I read, by shouting world dominance or something like that. Maybe you know the story better than me, but we are just trying at Caelestinus to help you guys get your health tech innovation to as big as audience as possible around the world. And I sent a reminder to our chat here that there'll be an after party at Prague InterSystems office in Pankraz, starting at 6:30 CET. So if you can make it, make sure you turn up. Bring your partner along if that's an issue, that's fine. So we can all talk, for those who are in Prague, about what we've heard, and you can network and enjoy this first Caelestinus demo day. Now, it's my pleasure to invite Sanitas Analytica, and I'd like to ask you to give us a 5 minutes pitch, followed by 9 minutes question time. So let's get going.
Sure. Oops. All right. So hello, everyone. Each year, drug side effects are the leading cause of preventable hospitalizations. As our population ages and the number of as our population ages and the number of drugs dispensed increases year on year, this is healthcare's largest problem today. So I experienced this problem through my grandmother, somebody who consumes multiple medications per day and was hospitalized multiple times due to drug side effects. Drug side effects like this one cost the European Union 79 billion euros each year, according to the European Commission, and they are largely preventable. Introducing Polypharm Solutions, a software that helps doctors pick the right medication to avoid drug side effects. When using our software, doctors input their patient's current drug regimen and see how each drug uses each metabolic pathway. When they would like to add a new drug, our software provides suggestions on drugs from the same class, which treat the same indication, but have a lower overall treatment burden and lower chance for drug side effects. We plan to distribute our solution through B2B SaaS subscriptions to public and private hospitals, where our solution will be plugged into their existing electronic health record. One of the reasons why somebody may buy our solution is because of one of our three impacts: patient health, physician time, and hospital spending. Comparing a regular hospitalization to a drug side effect hospitalization, drug side effect patients experience a 10 times higher mortality rate and a 2 times longer length of stay. Together, this doubles the cost associated with the same procedure and drastically decreases patient turnover and hospital efficiency. In 1 year, in a 200-bed hospital, which is an average European hospital, 50,000 physician hours are lost due to treating drug side effects. This carries an opportunity cost of 5 million euros per year. And this same hospital will spend an additional 30 million euros treating these same adverse drug events. So this total cost is 35 million euros per year for a 200-bed hospital, and the price of our solution for this hospital would be around 20,000 euros. Our total market is 4 million doctors in advanced health systems. We charge per doctor because our users and test users differ in size. Junior doctors represent our fastest avenue to scale, as they're most open towards AI solutions, and our product fits well in an educational environment. And 10,000 doctors is our test market in the countries in which we have beta tests planned or established. Our competition are digital encyclopedias like Hippocrates, Lexicomp, and Epic. Their platforms offer no drug suggestions and are quite slow. Polypharm Solutions offers personalized drug suggestions in a quick and easy user experience at the lower end of the price range. Currently, we are active in a few private clinics in Croatia, and we are onboarding eChem in Prague by the end of the summer. We plan on using other programs like the AI for Health Croatia initiative to reach more institutions. And finally, we will be repurposing our main algorithm for clinical trial safety. Our team has experience not only in AI and research, but also clinical practice, which sets our team and our product apart, we believe. Many of us have experienced drug side effects from our loved ones, and this motivates us to create impactful technologies. Our vision is to expand the scope of polypharm solutions into clinical trial safety and efficiency. By repurposing our main algorithm, we can solve and improve polypharmacy in clinical trials to not only improve the actual results tested, but also to improve safety with clinical trial subjects. We're asking for new trial hospitals to take on our software, a pharmaceutical partner for a proof of concept for our clinical trial case use, and investors for follow along or bridge investments with our research and development grants. And we're looking for around 150,000 euros of equity financing. Thank you, and please join us on our journey as we search for the right drug at the right dose at the right time.
Well, thank you, Marco, for a great pitch. I really liked it, and I think there will be questions. So let me ask our distinguished audience.
I have a simple question, Marco, about whether you have discussed this with any CROs, because there is a whole market of contract research organizations that run clinical trials for which that might be a...
Yeah, so we haven't actually established any relationship with CROs yet. For our main algorithm for patient prescribing, we've had the most success with like proof of concepts through programs like this one and other ones. So we're essentially looking for the same pharmaceutical programs that we could gain a proof of concept through like one of EIT's European Institute of Technology's pathways. And this is the main plan for now.
Hi, Marco. First, a technical question, then a procedural question. So on the technical side, is your main algorithm looking at one factor, multiple factors? Are you primarily focused on, for example, like the P450 pathway where we have a lot of drug interaction, or is it a bit broader than that? So tell me a little bit about that, and then I'll get to my procedural question.
Yeah, sure. So the P450 pathway is our main pathway. So like 90% of drugs are metabolized by 5 or 6 CYP enzyme metabolic pathways. And each drug activates or inhibits one or more pathways. So we look at the cumulative inhibitory effect of the entire drug regimen on each pathway, and then also where each drug actually ends up being metabolized. And then by distributing the patient's current drug regimen across all metabolic pathways, we avoid outlying scenarios like extreme inhibition, extreme overactivation, where circulating concentrations would be affected to lower or higher concentrations.
So for now, it's all CYP isoenzyme driven. Any plans to expand that to other parameters or factors that can cause drug interaction or drug like class interaction?
Mm-hmm. So with the issue of drug interaction, I think that classically it's a problem that has been overcomplicated for so long, thus the lack of solutions. I think that it's best to sort of chip away at the edges, and that's why we chose CYP enzymes. We consider them the most impactful place where drug interaction takes place rather. We believe that the only main addition that we would like to add is a small molecule metabolism, because it isn't metabolized by the liver. They bind and then they get metabolized. And I believe that this is actually somewhat of a more simple algorithm. It takes into consideration more testing, and that's also why CYP is interesting, because you only need which drugs the patient is taking, no more information. Sorry, go ahead.
So procedurally, I'm clear on that. Thank you for that. So procedurally, the idea here is to not necessarily replace the role of the pharmacist in the dispensation. It's really to be an additional safety net on the prescribing side for the physician. So who's your customer? Who pays? Is it the physician? Or talk to us a little bit about that, please.
Yeah, so it depends on which country and how their health insurance policies are established. In general, in Europe, hospitals would be our buyer, and then they would purchase the subscriptions for their doctors. In countries with like different health insurance schemes, the health insurer themselves would be the buyer, and then they would be buying it for the hospital to sort of decrease their costs. So far, we've had the most traction with private clinics. They're sort of, more quick on the trigger to bring on new things. And they look at it from a perspective of improving patient turnover, decreasing patient stays, things like that.
Thank you, Marco. Very interesting.
Thank you.
Still have 4 minutes, so I think that's maybe 2 questions. Yeah, Marco, can I just ask you? You mentioned in the market you are after, you'll start with was it Croatia, Czech Republic, and Canada? That's a interesting mix. Why this?
So I was actually born in Canada, and I lived there for the first 18 years of my life before I went to medical school in Croatia. I continue to do like research and stuff with the people in Canada. So I have somewhat of a network there of doctors who are all interested in technology, and we're working towards establishing like pilot products or pilot projects in their clinics.
And, is the Canadian system to any way similar or different to the one from Croatia, or now from ICAM in the Czech Republic?
I would say that they're more or less similar. I think that the biggest issue is the biggest issue for us, for someone in our perspective, is the massive institutions that are very weary for adding new things. We're trying to sort of break down that wall by sort of going after smaller markets and smaller clinics. So Canada is definitely going to be like a tertiary goal, let's say. However, their like payment system and reimbursement system is quite similar to Croatia's.
Okay, maybe how would you spend the 150K that you are asking?
So we are looking for more R&D grants. That's how we're currently financed. Through these grants, we're planning on expanding our database. Currently, we use publicly available data to run our algorithms, but we plan on running clinical studies on something which is called liver on a chip. They're like in silico models of organs, and then we can give different drug combinations and then see what the activation levels were of the different pathways. And so this would be not only like the first database with detailed information on drug metabolism in pairs, but also would be like a super strong basis point for our algorithms to run from. And that's going to be our primary goal with future R&D.
If I could just follow that, Thomas's question made me think of something that I wanted to ask you earlier, which is, you're thinking about, you've already kind of started dabbling in the commercial market, right? You're selling to some clinics out there that are prescribing all meds. But it sounds like your goals is to get to pharma companies that are doing clinical trials. And so a lot of times it's sort of the other way around, where you start with the clinical trial as the proof of concept and you branch out to the world. In the clinical trial space, the drugs are, while they're unknown, there's a lot of constraints put around what meds clinical trial patients can be on. So we call those kind of concomitant medications. So I wonder if there's actually even really a problem there worth addressing. Maybe not. I feel like you're already in the market that's harder to crack, which is the commercially available product market. That's where really the unknowns are. So maybe you could just talk to us for a second about that.
Yeah, so I think that one of the big, my background is in medicine. I'm a medical doctor, so that's sort of why our first venture was in the clinical aspect. This is where I noticed the problem. Other than that, I think the main issues with clinical trials right now is the fact that they're being only tested on healthy individuals, and that's not the realistic scenario of what the drug is being used in. I see the time is up. I'll try to finish really quickly. So basically, using our platform, it allows clinical trials to have patients with other medications that they're taking, which is 99% of real case uses. However, we can just make sure that the drugs that they're taking are metabolized by different metabolic pathways, and then won't affect the metabolism of the test drug, and then we'll also keep these trial subjects safe. Because I think that mainly when CROs or are conducting trials, or from the pharma side, they only take healthy subjects because they're worried about adverse drug events during the trial, and then that's going to have a negative correlation. So this would sort of, I think, alleviate some issues towards taking a step to have actual sick people in clinical trials.
Right. Thank you, Marco. That was last question we had time for, and I'd like to invite Medicomter to pitch before a short 5-minute break. So now we should have someone from Medicomter. Yes, we have Vera. Hi, Vera. Nice to see you again. Smiling and in great shape. So the floor is yours, Medicomter.
So, hello everyone. Let me find a presentation for you. Here it is. So, I'd like to say you something about my project, Medicomter, which is focused on digitalization of critical disorders management of medical devices.
Vera, I'm sorry, we cannot see your presentation.
Oh, why?
Not sure. I have it as a backup, so if
it
doesn't work, I can play it from my computer. But
now
yeah, we can see it now. Yeah, so, perfect.
Sorry,
I'm starting the timer now. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are sisters, and I'm a biomedical engineer at the Technical University of Liberec. I'm also a hospital employee, and there is the place where I found some problem. Yeah, sorry for this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So the problem I discovered is large time lags between the occurrence and the reporting of medical device failure. This is time-consuming and costly modification of existing fault reporting devices. Usually, in hospital, there are a lot of unique systems for each device or from manufacturer, and existing systems are incompatible, they are non-universal and non-transferable. So we developed Medicomter device. This box is communicate via LP1 technologies and BIoT and LTM from Vodafone, which has quality coverage in Czech Republic and Europe, and good permeability through built-up areas. We also integrate with common Microsoft products to connection existing Microsoft Teams or email technologies. We can also be connected to any system for sending notification to users. For example, SMS. We use wireless modular device in industrial quality for freely adjustable buttons and IP67 protection. And the low power architecture of the device is suitable for battery operation. Also, we are integrating HL7 and InterSystems cloud to integrate with hospital databases where the medical devices are stored and usually displayed. How this box working? When the problem with medical device is occurred, the nurse only push the button and the button is unlighted, and then message for biomedical technician, for me, for example, is sent, and then we can, as biomedical engineers, could help with repair of a medical device, or we can send this problem to external service organization. How the message looks like? For now, the message looks like where the message is sent, for example, which device is in the failure and where the device is placed in the hospital. Also, we have a solution for mobile phones and with hardware. So the first part is Medicomter device in hardware, and the second part is application for iOS and Android. So when some device is in failure, you can only use your mobile phone and your app and scan QR code and then send the information for biomedical technicians. Based on this potential of Medicomter, there are 25,000 health service providers in Czech Republic, to whom my prototype could help with the maintenance of equipment. It is primarily for hospitals, because fast fault reporting is less demanding for nurses than typing some messages on a desktop. It also helps with quick repair that equals small financial losses for hospitals, and also can help with OEE and TCO monitoring, which is very important for good or better working processing in hospital. So for manufacturers and service organization for medical devices, it could help with better customer support, because as many of hospitals in Czech Republic have a lot of external services, external organization for service, as Dräger, as GE, and there are lots of others. Also, this monitoring could help with some real feedback about failure of their own products. Device also can be deployed anywhere in the world because it's adjustable. It's adjustable, the hardware and also the software and also the application.
Okay,
so
yeah, excellent. We've run out of time. Perfect. Thanks for the presentation. Let's go for questions.
Yeah.
Vera, it's Evgeny Shvarov from InterSystems. I have a question. Does your device report automatically, or yeah? So if some laboratory device fails?
In this moment, no, because the main person who had to decide if is something in failure is the nurse or someone in the laboratory. This system is now working. It's like yeah, that's a normal system how it's working now, and also this device work with this scenario. So for now, maybe in the future this could be interesting, but it needs a lot of specification and need of near working with some company which have some their things to cooperate. This is not how to say it, for everyone. If you understand, not everyone in hospital is also able to or want to something like this automatically. They usually want some the ability to decide when and why they want to repair something.
Okay, I see. So for example, I noticed like 4 buttons on this device. That means that each button relates to a certain device, and so when it breaks, so I click this button, right?
Yeah,
like
this is the easiest way how to use it. If you in one room with if you are in one room where something like 4 devices for monitoring health, there are monitors of vital functions and 3 other different devices. Yes, you can push every button as one failure of one device.
Okay.
Hi, Vera. Thank you for your presentation. I have one question for which type of device do you think that your solution could be used most? Because I've spent a lot of time in development of life support systems, and in those type of devices, the patient is usually or should be the #1 priority. And those devices, at least the ones which I've developed, already have automatic reporting systems, either via NB-IoT or LTE or different network. So yeah, for which type of devices you would like to launch?
Yes, thank you for your question. From my point of view, there are some sort of very important some of devices in every hospital is important for them. That it is not so easy to say it, but when you have only 3 röntgenology devices, you are very aware of have this 3 pieces in failure, because it causes a lot of problems with patients when you can't do the screenings and imaging of patients. So every hospital has some their amount of very important devices. From my point of view, there are some of them that are like vitally needed in hospitals, as ventilators, as operative or operative things like there are high-tech technology in operatory yeah.
Yeah, of course, I understand your point, but those devices already have to be fail-safe. That's the first argument. The second one is that those devices, if they have a failure, the failure is already reported. So my question was more about how your device is gonna help in the event of failure, because when the failure occurs, there's really not much you can do except for waiting either for replacement or for the serviceman to repair it. So where do you find yourself in the repair chain?
At first, a lot of hospitals don't buy this extra system software for reporting, automatically reporting failures. This is how I know from one hospital in here in Prague. So there is some, not in every hospital, but in some of them there are they don't buy this software, and there is the lack of a fast reporting of these failures. So there is my place, where the biomedical engineer or technician do the job and communicate with nurses or doctors where the failure is occurs, and there is no backup from this external service organization with automatic fault reporting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We still have 30 seconds, so very quick question is welcome. Okay, I'll ask very quickly. So what are you asking for at this stage? How could we help you? Do you need some resources? What is the ask, as we say at your stage?
Yeah, I need some support with helping to present this new thing around the hospitals. I looking for funding for more pilot deployments in health facilities. I also want to promotion of this innovation among healthcare facilities, and funding for a larger development and sales team in future.
And how much?
Good question. I need something like 1,000 Czech crowns for start.
1,000 is not a lot. I can give you easily 1,000 crowns. Is it 1,000,000 or 1,000? Maybe it's more.
1,000, I think. Sorry.
Okay. I think anyway. Thank you for the presentation. I think Medicomter is one of the early stage teams who are still working on the prototype and validation. But I think this is great progress with the first version. Yeah. And I'm sure that there is more work to dig deeper and think about also the market and how you fit with the existing setup at a typical hospital, not just maybe Czech Republic, but other countries. But thanks, thank you, Věra, for the pitch. We now have a short break, and in I don't know, in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In 3 minutes' time, we have Mild Blue to present our next pitch. So 3 minutes is plenty of time for lots of things. Just for those who still wait with us on the call until 3:35 CET, then I want to tell you how the rest of the afternoon is going to be organized. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll now have 7 presentations by 7 teams. Then there'll be a 5 minutes break at 5:20, and then we'll finish at 6:25. 6:25 will be the end of the last pitch. And of course, those that can make it, you are all welcome to join us at InterSystems for a networking event. We have also drinks and food waiting for you, for those that can make it. So that's to sum up the plan, the menu for this afternoon. So far we have had 5 teams, including Medicomter, and ahead of us there are 12, if I'm not mistaken. 11. Yes, we have 11 more teams. Right, we have still 1 minute. So I'd like to ask, maybe is it going to be Tomáš, or who is going to present on behalf of MarkBlue?
It's going to be me. Hi.
Yes, perfect. So let's. It's 34, so let's wait for 35 in case someone will be tuning in specifically for your pitch. We should start on time. Otherwise, how are you today? No jet lag?
No jet lag, no jet lag. Actually, I'm not suffering with jet lag that much, so I was fine on Sunday already. What about you?
Yeah. I'm fine. I tuned in into this Prague live rhythm, but I have a unnamed colleague on this call who is having still issues with time adjustment.
Yeah, I don't know who it is, but lucky you too.
Right, so I think it's time, and if you are ready, Tomáš, you can start.
Yeah, so hi everyone again. My name is Tomáš Kouřim. I'm the CEO of MarkBlue, and today I'm gonna present you HealthWarden. Let's start talking about money, because whether we like it or not, healthcare is about money, and actually about a lot of money. How expensive it is for me kind of hardly imaginable. And one of the most expensive things in healthcare is staying in hospital. One inpatient night in hospital costs over $2,500 US. And you know, that's pretty expensive. That's about the price of a king suite in a Hilton, I guess. I've never been there. And sometimes there is no question that this money is worth spending and that the patient needs it. But there might be occasions when the hospital stay is not so necessary, and that puts the doctors in front of a tough decision. Keep the patient one extra night and make sure just that everything is fine and there is no problem. Or send the patient home a little bit early, save some resources, some money, make room for the next one, and free up the hospital capacity. And you know, what if there would be a way to do both? To send patient home and still stay in perfect touch and make sure everything goes well. And that's exactly what HealthWarden does. HealthWarden is a mobile and web application that significantly shortens the hospitalization time. That thanks to AI modules can provide personalized care for each and every patient, and can provide nice and obstacle-less communication between the patient and the doctor. Everything is controlled by the doctor, even though some underlying optimization algorithms help the doctor significantly to ease his work and make everything a question of a single click. The application can use state-of-the-art algorithms to for early warning, for triggers to trigger early warning before a problem occurs, and to actually help prevent rehospitalizations or other complications that the patient might suffer from. Of course, data is the new oil, so the data is provided in nice and tidy form, and the application is optimized even for the elderly, because the elderly are gonna be using it very much. Now, just to make an example, what HealthWarden can do, there is a specific procedure called transcatheter aortic valve implantation, or TAVI in short, which is very modern, very nice, and they put a new valve into your heart through your groin, and it's just fantastic. Interesting about this procedure is that some patients go home immediately, the day after the procedure, and others stay up to a week in the hospital. Now, given the ever-rising number of TAVI procedures in the Western world, that means 0 to almost 2 million hospital nights yearly. And if you go back to the hospital night price, that means 0 to over $3 billion spent. Now, HealthWarden can help with this application, with TAVI, to shorten the hospital stay by 1 to 4 days. And it means it can save up to $2.8 billion every year. and that's only on a one single procedure that's studied and in the Western world. Now, Health Warden can be used for many more procedures, and thus the potential for saving not only lives but also the resources is great. Health Warden is built by a team of MindBlue, which is full of young and very motivated people, and we all are very happy that we can create algorithms that save lives. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Tomáš, for your engaging pitch and presentation and question time.
So the obvious questions, which would be, what are we looking for? Are we raising money? And the answer is no, we are not raising money at the moment. We will be raising money in about half a year. What we are looking for now at the moment are partner institutions that could be early adopters of this application, which could help us fine-tune it, make it more universal, because we have one early adopter which is similar to all other teams, the ICAM in Prague, which and actually I think they will be using it in production before the November page. It's already on a good way towards the goal, and of course we would like to be present in more than one hospital, and so that the one thing that we are looking for at the moment is a partner hospital, partner institution that would be willing to be an early adopter of our application. So should I ask another question? So the next question that could be is, who's gonna pay for it? Because I've been actually listening, and you guys ask these questions quite a lot. So this answer is similar to what Sanitas Analytica had to say. It depends on the health coverage system in each country. So in Czech Republic, and in our case, it also depends on the specific procedure. In our country, the TAVI procedure that I was mentioning as an example, it's paid as a flat rate. You just get your amount of money, and the insurance company doesn't ask whether the patient stays 1 day or 7 days. So in this case, the hospital is going to pay for it, because the hospital is going to make more money on that, because they will shorten the hospitalization time, lower their direct costs connected with the procedure, and their income will remain constant, flat rate. Also, another benefit for that is that the hospital bed is actually the bottleneck of the hospital, and the more free beds, the more procedures can be undertaken there, the more money the hospital gets. So in this case, hospital is definitely our customer. However, there are procedures even in the Czech Republic and in other healthcare systems that are paid given on the actual night spent in the hospital, given the exact procedures. In this case, the payer, the customer, is a insurance company, and we have had some talks with insurance companies in the Czech Republic. The business model is that there will be offered another type of a procedure. So, for example, catheteric ablation is one of these procedures, if I'm not mistaken. And right now, the payment of the insurance company is that, okay, there is this catheteric ablation procedure, and then there are some hospital nights, or there are other procedures that has to be done with the patient. And the insurance company would offer a hospital a different form, where they will use our application. They will get a lower reimbursement for the procedure as a whole, but actually make more money because their cost will get significantly lower, while the payment will get a little bit lower. And that's a win-win-win situation because the insurance company pays less money in total. The hospital gets less money but has bigger profit thanks to the much lower cost. And of course, for MindBlue, there is the fee for using HeartSHIELD.
Okay, any questions? Maybe I have a question, Tomáš. Is that your warden or health warden, how easily can it be then pivoted or not pivoted, but refocused on other procedures in hospitals? Now we are building as a prototype on this one particular procedure at CAM, yeah. But how easy it is to adapt to another one that incurs costs in terms of patient days at hospitals?
Yes, okay, that's actually a good question. We are building it as a modular platform. Let's say we are actually thinking that maybe we might open source part of that. And the idea behind that is that there is a set of tasks, set of procedures, set of communication tasks that are to be exchanged between the doctor and the patient. Like, for example, check how many steps the patient has done, suggest a walk for the patient, ask for some questions about the patient's health. And we are building that as that each such task is independent entity. And in the end, when the doctor is releasing patient home, it's up to the doctor to set up the set of tasks, set of communication features that the patient has to fulfill. And of course, there will be some predefined profiles, some predictive algorithms that help the doctor choose the right package, let's say. But all in all, this is going to be completely modular. So we are planning to have like a couple hundred of these tasks, and given the procedure, but also given the patient, but because not all the patients are the same, the doctor will then choose a subset of the procedure from the procedures. Let's say, I don't know, 10, 15 procedures which are perfect for this specific patient, and then this will be implied to the patient's profile on his mobile phone. So the basically for us, the transfer from TAVI to another one means just implementing more and more procedures as the time goes by, and as the interventions that you want to cover add up to health life.
Right, we have time for one last question, I suppose. So if there is anyone else.
Well, I don't have any more questions. I think I've asked everything that I wanted to know. And
okay, thanks, Tomáš, for your pitch. And
thank you for giving me the opportunity, and have fun with the rest of the pitch.
With pleasure. And we are soon, in 1 minute, to invite our other Caelestinus, which is Viderai. So I'd like to ask Viderai who is going to speak. Is it Jirka or?
It's me, yes, Jirka.
So let me check. We have. We should start at 50. So I think we need 1 more minute. But I think both MindBlue and Viderai are using artificial intelligence. That's current buzzword, but in a different way. And I'm excited that Viderai is also part of the first batch of Caelestinus, again, implementing quite advanced technology as well. So I think we can start. So you have 5 minutes for the pitch, and then there'll be question time. Okay, so go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I will start sharing my screen. Second, I hope you see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it all fine.
Is it moving?
Yes.
It's great, thank you. Okay, so hello, my name is Medicomter, and I'm here to present to you our project Viderai. As you can see here, we are a group of doctors, ITs managers, and other individuals. And we have developed software which is capable to detect pathologies of illnesses from retina images. We cooperate with IT for Innovation's National Supercomputing Center, and we cooperate also with more than half of faculty university hospitals here in the Czech Republic. Being doctors, we feel the huge lack of capacity to evaluate retina pictures. The smart automation is then inevitable to cope with the incidents. Okay, here are the two illnesses which are the main cause of blindness in the world. So early detection and surgical operations will prevent these consequences. So that's why we focused on this at the beginning. As you can see, you don't get totally blind actually, but practically blind. You can't read a book, you don't write a message, you don't spread a butter on a bread. Why is our solution unique? All data were collected in hospitals. All photos were annotated, verified, and cross-validated by a team of more than 30 retina specialists. All photos have clear track record, who made it, when, who annotated it, etc. Currently, our software works as standard web service. Here's how it works. The photos are captured, then uploaded, then analyzed, and then you get the result. And here is the difference comparing to standard used now in AI-based softwares, which is represented by the generation 1. In generation 1, you just prepare data by dividing it into groups, healthy, unhealthy, and then you let the AI learn to split the new data accordingly. We call it grading, actually. What the doctors need is evidence-based medicine. So quantification is actually essential. You see each pathologist's number, size, and position, and that's the base for final diagnosis. If the state is acute and sight-threatening or not. Okay, there are actually potential competitors, but all are based on generation 1, as said before. So that's why they actually failed to succeed so far. But they create awareness and shape the market. So we are actually happy with that. Okay, here's the current demand for retina photo evaluation. The unmet demand, as you can see, is more than 80%, and the demand is growing every year. Our target is to make at the beginning 10 million of evaluations per year. Okay, next year we want to address these market segments, B2C, eye clinics, eye departments of university hospitals, and B2B segment, of course, reading centers, which proceed huge amount of photos, clinical research organizations to remove subjective judgment, hospitals, pharma. We want to cooperate with fundus camera manufacturers, and we also want to cooperate with insurance companies, which can evaluate the doctor's treatment in time. Our goal is to have the retina photo evaluation be common procedure at the dermatologists and general practitioners' offices, same as the blood test, the blood pressure, and so on. Okay, here is our roadmap. We want to finalize the product in the third quarter this year. Then we want to apply for FDA and EMDR certification, which could be filed at the beginning of the next year. And then we go live. As you can see on the map, we have a lot of ideas to add to our software. Okay, the project so far was financed by the founders. We got the grant from the Technological Agency of the Czech Republic. We have runway till 2023, but that's for development. What we need money for, except speed up and scale up, is setting up a legal entity in US and build a sales team in there. As you can see, worldwide IPs are secure. Okay, here are my contacts, my email, telephone. You can contact me with any request or question. Thank you for your attention. I hope it was 5 minutes, or more. I tried to be fast.
It was exactly on time. So thank you, Jirka, for your pitch. And now I'd like to invite our audience to come up with questions.
Easy, that was a very interesting presentation. So good to see you again. My first question is, hello. What kind of process did you use to annotate the data? For example, V7 Labs or MDAI or something like that. I'm asking because were you able, for example, to gather some kind of data in anonymized way and actually see the progress of the patient through the time during the annotation process?
Actually, we don't have data which we could compare in time. And how was it annotated? We have created our own software, which we spread among the doctors, and they made it exactly as we wanted to have it.
That sounds great. If you also need some help with, for example, this kind of thing, basically matching the previously used data through the patients, even with anonymized way, feel free to let us know. We should know some kind of solution, but thank you.
Okay, I'm very happy to see you again.
Hello, thank you very. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the IPR. You said that it's secured actually in what territories do actually it was granted, and in what territories do you plan to pay for the IPR? What are the main markets for this kind of solution?
Yeah, we focus on developed countries. This means European Union and United States, then of course Japan and South Africa and Israel, because this illnesses are actually acute in the developed countries, because it's mostly illnesses of older people. So it's not for, let's say, Africa, when actually people die sooner before they have this problem, actually. Sorry.
Thank you. And what was the route that you chose for the protection? Do you already have a search report from the EPO, or how far are you with the IPR protection?
Actually, it should be secure in Europe, and we are on the way to US.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. There was someone who wanted to ask something.
Yes, thank you, Jerry. Very interesting. I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more about how you anticipate fitting into clinical workflow. So if I could just elaborate on that for a second. I've seen a number of these types of ideas in everything from X-rays to CT, MR for almost any clinical image. Is the idea to place patients into buckets for further evaluation by the ophthalmologist, or are you trying to arrive at a diagnosis from the image and sort of disrupt the reader or the physician that would be making their assessment?
Okay, so currently the assessment is made from the picture and is made by a doctor. We want to first remove the, let's say, hard work of doctor, and want to free their hands to make the operations. There are no X-rays actually made in eye. We then want to focus on OCT, and there are also a laser way how to show the eye background. So this the road we want to go at the very beginning. Was that answer for the question?
Sort of. Let me be more specific. So patient presents to the ophthalmologist because they're having some vision blurring, and the ophthalmologist says, okay, maybe this is an AMD patient. Let me do some fundus photography. You still have to do the fundus photography to get an image to analyze, right? So at that point, is the image still being seen by the physician? So is this a sort of weed out of the, these 5 patients don't need their images reviewed by a physician, and then there are maybe 2 that get flagged by your system that then the physician then takes a look at. So is it to make the physician's workflow more efficient, or is it to completely replace a human reader to arrive at a diagnosis of AMD or diabetic retinopathy, or some other eye condition?
Okay, at the ophthalmologist's office is actually helping to make the workflow faster. But first, where you get the problem is diabetologist. You have diabetes, so they anticipate you could have problems with your eye. So they order you to ophthalmologist. And then you have to wait like 6 to 12 months to get there, and there's a risk you get loss of your sight. So if the diabetologist have a camera and make a scan and gets the result on the place, if he needs to send a patient to the ophthalmologist or not is the key.
So the diabetologist would have to have the fundus photography equipment to be able to capture the image, and then a decision will be made to refer to the ophthalmologist or not.
Yeah, that's one of the possibilities.
Okay.
To have it at the diabetologist with a camera, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, do you see a lot of variance from camera to camera with all the various cameras that are out there for doing these?
If you are asking if there's a difference in quality regarding the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there are some cameras which are actually not good, but in general, but mostly we don't have a big problem to evaluate any picture from any camera.
Yeah, I suppose Bob got the answer. Do we have maybe 1 or 2 more questions? We still have 2 minutes. Maybe can I ask Jirka? I don't have my camera on. Is it possible to use a mobile phone camera, or do you need a special fundus camera? Maybe for the future as an idea.
Maybe in the future it will be possible. Currently it's not, because it's not easy to make a photo of the backside of or inner side of an eye, because you're making a picture through a little hole in the darkness. So far it's not possible. Maybe in the future, I hope.
Maybe I have also one more question, Izzy, and that would be throughout the annotation process. I assume that you had like various different doctors who were, for example, annotating one of the images, usually at the same time. For example, one image evaluated by 2 or 3 doctors. Can I ask you, how many percent in these cases do the doctors don't agree with each other? That would be an interesting answer.
Okay, there is a certain percent which is actually not. Okay, sometimes it's very, very different. That's why we make the cross validation. But mostly that's okay. Let's say 85% is more or less the same.
It's interesting. So like 15% when they don't agree. And does this also have any kind of tie to, for example, how skilled they are?
Actually, yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It makes a difference. Yeah. It's more about the expertise, about how many years they've been watching these pictures and evaluating them.
And I also guess this also differs for both diabetologists and ophthalmologists.
Of course, yes. Diabetologists usually don't really evaluate those pictures good or at all.
Oh, good.
Right, Jirko, thanks for the pitch. I can only confirm that the waiting time for the ophthalmologist is 6 months at least. Even in my case, I'm waiting for this check myself. So thanks for the pitch. Let's hope we can speed it up. And I'd like to invite VisionCraft, representative of VisionCraft. Who is David going to present?
Yeah, it's going to be me.
Yeah, hello, David.
Hello.
VisionCraft.
Hello, everybody.
So you have your 14 minutes of fame right now. So you can start.
Cool. Here we go. Just please confirm that you see what I'm sharing right now.
Yes, we do.
Cool. So good afternoon. My name is David Tuch. I'm a member of the VisionCraft team, and I'm about to tell you about Viga, which is our guardian angel solution for healthcare and social care clients. I'm a member of a growing team. I wouldn't introduce everybody, but we're growing. We started our expertise basically in public space monitoring, and we've in time we made a pivot to healthcare and social care. And in order to do that, we got a couple of the experts, field experts, to our team. Cool. Let's talk about the problem. Falls are actually a serious issue. 1 in 4 Americans age 65 plus falls at least once each year. Falls also represent a leading cause of added healthcare expenditures, especially in elderly population. And actually, these numbers are really growing significantly over time. Let's look at social care. The statistics say that in social care, 95% of falls go unwitnessed, as they mostly happen in bedrooms, restrooms, or bathrooms. And actually, they account to like 40% of total injuries in these facilities. Healthcare is actually similar. There it accounts about something about 10% of all injuries within healthcare facilities. However, the costs and the additional time of stay in the hospital is really high, and that's why it comes really costly. Cool. What's our solution for that? We deploy our sensory technology at facilities of both the healthcare facilities and social care facilities. Speaking about healthcare facilities, it could be hospitals or clinics. Speaking about social care facilities, it could be home care, residential care, or even nursing homes. And why they should care is just because they want their facilities to be safer places. They also need to deal with staff shortage. They would definitely like to have a better reputation when less falls and less these harmful situations happen in their facilities. And obviously in the US, the less falls the happen in those facilities, that the lower bill from the insurance companies will come to them, and we help them with all of these four issues actually. And how we do that, we use our sensory technology coupled with real-time AI to analyze the video stream and basically detect and even predict falls from happening. That the technology immediately notifies once a fall situation is detected, the technology notifies the staff through the staff alerting system and enables timely life and health saving actions to be performed. The staff gets not only information about fault which has happened, but also gets some metadata about where it happened, what was the fault dynamics, and this kind of stick figure visualization and other bits. Now, our technology basically respects personal privacy, as it only detects these simplified skeletons, those stick figures of in human bodies, and basically don't disclose any personal data. So we're compliant with all the GDPR, HIPAA, CCP, and other standards. What are our competition advantages? There are actually a lot. We made a very thorough competition analysis. However, I would pinpoint perhaps 5 things which are our key advantages. One of them is versatility. Our system, our technology doesn't sense only faults. It could sense basically multiple other movements or situations, such as like not frequent positioning of a person in a bed, which can cause ulcer cells or whatever. It has easier deployment. The technology is more lightweight comparing to the other. We have a good applicability range as far as we are so privacy safe. It's ready to be deployed in healthcare or social care and other. Yeah, that comes with the privacy, and overall we can provide better value for money. Speaking about the roadmap, we're currently in a phase where we are running POCs in both in healthcare and social care. Some of them are free, some of them are already paid, and we want to scale the business in the US in time. And actually, we would like to work with 2 scaling dimensions. One dimension is the number of clients, of customers. The other is the number of situations or event times we would be detecting. I'll probably skip this. Speaking about the business potential, the market is pretty big, but let's focus on the business model. Probably we'll work with the one-time installation fee because we need to deploy the technology, and up to that we would charge. We'll be charging subscriptions to our customers, which would be something approximately to $1 per day, basically per bed. Per day. So if I would take a small ward in a hospital, let's say a post-operative ward with 50 beds, it would be one-time installation fee about $40,000, and in addition to that, fall detection subscription would account like $1,500 a month. And if we would be adding more events to be detected, the subscription can scale further.
David, I'm sorry, we are already consuming time for discussion, so
okay.
I'll ask you to conclude.
I think I covered the open important bits where like technology-wise, we're basically ready for deployment, and what we ask for is currently an investment which will enable us to enter the US market, build and scale the business there, and also develop the technology further. That's it. Thank you.
Fine, let's go for questions. So there are so far. Is there someone?
Can I have a question?
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead, Tomasz.
So I actually have seen such presentation about such projects many times and many years ago, and it still never happened. So what's the difference? Why this time it's gonna happen?
It's an interesting question. Yeah, because we I don't know why it didn't happen with the others. But speaking about how our technology is actually built, it definitely provides much more accurate detection options and detection capability. That's perhaps why it can, comparing to the other systems, could really be considered reliable comparing to the competitors. Because I can give you an example. One of the competitor, which I mentioned in the competition analysis, was SafelyU. They don't have a reliable technology which would be detecting falls in real time in the precision we are capable of. They're actually rather streaming the video to clouds, to their control center, where humans are actually watching those videos and are doing those kind of detections manually, because the accuracy of their detection algorithms isn't good enough. So maybe that might be the reason why it never happened.
Okay, so you are saying that the reason why it never happened is that the technology, because of pure technology, bad technology, and you are saying that this time it's better because your technology just works.
Yeah, it works, and there's also the privacy issue. If you don't want be disclosed when you're I don't know, you're spending your days after surgery in a hospital. You don't want your video to be streamed anywhere outside the building. Actually, our technology is privacy safe because it processes the data right on the spot, and it immediately drops the imagery data. So it's processed in the sensor itself. It doesn't come to any server, to any cloud cloud environment or whatever. So it's really safe. So there's no privacy issue at all.
Cool, thanks.
Can I ask David, maybe if you have plans also to integrate some predictive features rather than being reactive in terms of when something happens, trying to predict that something will happen, like falling or other events.
Exactly.
Have you thought about that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I've actually in my previous pitch decks I had this slide. We don't focus only on detection events which just happen. We also try to predict events from happening. So as far as a movement of a person who will fall down in I don't know, seconds or dozens of seconds can be patternized, and we're already getting those patterns. We can then predict that someone is moving in a way that it's going to happen a fall within seconds or dozens of seconds. That's what we do. And in a similar way, we can be like proactive in many different situation detections. Like if someone gets ulcer cells because of not being positioned on a hospital bed, we will know it before those ulcer cells will happen, because the technology will detect that person is not positioned. So yes, we're trying to be predictive rather than reactive as much as possible.
Okay, I think we are running out of time. So is there a very last question from anyone? We have 30 seconds. No. So thanks, David, for the pitch. I remember last time I fainted. It took me roughly, I knew like 8 seconds before that I'm gonna fall down.
Yeah.
So I think that would be good to get ready for this when it happens. Anyway, thanks, David from VisionCraft for his pitch, and I'd like to invite DNAi representative to join us for their pitch right now. So whom do we have? By the way.
Hi.
We have Eliška.
I will be presenting. Just give me a second to share my screen.
We can see it.
Can you see our presentation?
Yes, DNA lab, all fine.
Okay, perfect. Can I start?
Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Eliška Siručková. I'm working for DNAi, and I will be presenting our product, the DNA Lab. On this slide, you can see common problems in bioinformatics. But let me first tell you what bioinformatics is and why it is interesting. Bioinformatics is a growing segment combining knowledge from biology, computer science, and data analysis. The amount of work in this sector is quickly growing, but the execution in labs and hospitals is ineffective. Common job description of a typical bioinformatician includes lots of repetitive tasks that are very time-consuming and easy to automate. So our mission is to reduce the effort for genetic analysis by reducing the amount of time-consuming repetitive tasks of bioinformaticians, to speed up the genome interpretation by simplifying result reproducibility, and thereby to reduce the overall costs while increasing the diagnostic yield. DNA Lab is our solution to the problem. It integrates currently 30 bioinformatic tools into pipelines that can be easily created and used by researchers and medical practitioners. It combines the benefit of a 3-click automation for rapid standardized genetic testing, as well as a robust analytical platform for the most demanding scientific research. To create a pipeline, user only needs to specify which tools should be used and with what data using a simple user interface. Finally, the working pipeline can be easily shared among workplaces as it is described by only a single file. The genetic testing market already crossed over $13 billion in 2019, and it's expected to more than double by 2026. As sequencing costs continue to sharply decrease, new sectors open up, such as pharmacogenomics, that further increase the need for bioinformatic analysis. Based on our research, the key factors include already mentioned decrease in sequencing costs, lack of experts able to analyze the individual genomes, and space that is opening up for automation and use of artificial intelligence. We have identified 6 areas of application. First, in research, where we can get quickly MVP up and running and then develop further the final product. Second, in pharma, where we currently lack certified pipelines. Next is direct to consumer test. The problem here is rather ethical, because if users test themselves, they don't get the medical specialist interpretation and therefore can incline to false conclusions. Fourth, on-demand solution. However, that would result in lower profitability. Next option is application in labs. And last but not least is the option of deploying our own expert team. We are looking for potential reference partners or partners for joint development business development. For example, we see synergy in interoperability and potential partnerships with InterSystems. Our primary markets are Europe, USA, and Asia, but the product has potential to be used globally. We have already carried out our first interviews with potential partners in Singapore. Who we are? Our team includes expert bioinformatician with ties to university and with experience with grant projects on DNA analysis in Motel Hospital. We have team members with experience in building platforms such as this one, with ties to the most recent research, again, through the universities. But we also have experience with strategic foresight, positioning of AI products, and market fit. And obviously, I cannot forget our skilled developer team. Although the team is not that large at the moment, we hope and expect it to grow once we find a reference partner. That's all for me. Thank you for your attention.
So thanks, Eliška, for your pitch. And time is ripe for questions. So please, anyone ask anything.
I'm not shy, so I guess I'll kick it off again. Eliška, thanks for the presentation. Could you maybe just back up a couple steps and for my benefit and maybe for a couple of others on the line as well, could you give us a more clear definition of what your product actually is? Like, what is, if a third party enters into an agreement with DNAi, what is it that they're getting? Are they getting a bioinformatics specific platform, the tools? Is there a LIMS here as well? I'm just not clear kind of where the boundaries are. Thank you.
I think I will invite one of my colleagues who should be here with us as well, and hopefully one of them will answer your question.
Thank you.
Hello, I will take this one. Actually, we would like to provide a platform, exactly as you stated, because currently, as we had the interviews with users, they are wasting really significant amount of time while they are working, because they need to do the integration of bioinformatics tools by themselves. They waste their time with troubleshooting, and it's very hard for them, for example, to repeat analysis. If some doctor approach them and, for example, they say, we would like to see this medical output on a different cohort of patients, they need to repeat, but with different tools. So they lose plenty of time on versioning. That's one thing. Another thing is that bioinformatics as an area of research and development is moving very, very fast. So there are plenty of new tools that are just appearing all around the world. So they need to really be careful and build up a huge awareness about these. So we would like to take care of these as well. So we would like to build libraries of bioinformatics pipelines. One thing, as Eliška mentioned, we have two sorts of users. We have this ordinary medical laborants that will just simply use the platform as a clicking tool, because they will see that, for example, for this sample of patients, we need to run this kind of standardized test, so they can do it just in 3 clicks. To be honest, for now, we don't have it validated and certified, but we would like to build a library of such pipelines. On the other hand, our second user is really expert researcher. So they can approach the platform and, for example, see, okay, I need to build up a pipeline that's brand new. So they just need to test a different sort of and different combination of the bioinformatics tools that we would like to integrate. So they can play with that in just one environment. And there is another advantage, and this is a big data storage. Because as we are talking about the DNA sequenced data, these are huge data. So all the data would be stored within the platform. It depends, of course, on the agreement with the client. We can imagine that somebody wouldn't go for cloud. But on-premise solution, whatever, we are ready for it. But the idea behind is that the storage would be unified for the users. So they will have everything in that all together with all the analytical outputs. So for example, they can see the raw data like sequenced DNA and also the medical results from the previous analytics. So that's the biggest advantage of it, because, for example, now in hospitals, the storing of the data and medical outputs aren't easy, you know. And there is also one more thing, and it's reporting, because so far as we understood, for medical staff, it's very hard to interpret reports from bioinformaticians. So what we did, we just created our reports as requests to the raw data to the database. So basically, whenever doctors will approach the bioinformaticians with requests just to change the reports, it's very swift. Otherwise, they waste a lot of time on that. So I'm not sure if it's clear now. If the overview is
yeah,
better.
it's definitely more clear now, and I guess in the medical practitioner use case, if some sequencing is need to be done, a third-party lab does the sequencing. You pull in that kind of huge sequence data set into your platform, and then those bioinformatics tools that run on the background or back end. I'm guessing some of those are yours and some of them are third-party, or is it only you?
Not these. These are available like open source tools because as I mentioned, the era moves forward very fast. So we would like to integrate everything new, and basically it's from research. So usually it's open source.
Clear. Maybe. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, we still have time for one or two questions. We have 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Elishka, I have a question. It's Evgeny Shvarov from InterSystems. You mentioned that there is potentially demand in interoperability tool or like business module, potentially maybe with InterSystems. Can you elaborate on this more?
I'll leave the question again to Lida, I think.
Okay. Hi, Evgeny. Yes, we did our analysis, and it would be not very challenging to connect to your platforms. Actually, it's like a few days, and the DNA data, these are really under review of regulatory agencies. So we would like to see it to be shared as in the most safe way as it can be. So definitely we would like to elaborate on this one with you, in cooperation with you.
Right, any more questions for DNAi? Well, if not, let me thank you, ladies, Elishka and Ludmila, for the pitch. I think we can move along. We still have 3 more presentations before a short break, and the next one to present will be virtual lab. So I'd like to invite I don't know who it is. If Leos is speaking, I'm not sure. So
no, it will be me, Andrei.
Okay, Andrei. So it's nice. We can't see you. You already shared your screen. Yeah, we still have, I think, 1 minute before the 35, which is supposed to start. So maybe you can give us a quick update on how you are doing and feeling, whether we are having great time right now.
Yeah, well.
Are you in Prague?
No, I'm in near Prague, but I'm at home because I'm actually sick. I'm not used to that much air conditioning that there is in the US, so it got me a little bit. So I'm a little bit sick.
Well, hopefully you'll get back in shape. But I know what you mean because I was wearing a jacket. A vest, in fact, in the hotel, which was cooler than the outside, but I think it keeps you more succinct, to the point, and you don't lose time with small talk. Right, I think it's we are there. So now it's my pleasure to welcome Virtual Lab, Andrei, to present their solution to save real lives. That's it. Go on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so VRICU helps you save real lives with virtual training. Currently, hospitals all around the world are dealing with similar problems connected to medical staff training. So usually the trainings are done by professionals from medical device manufacturers. During these trainings, it is impossible to train 50% of all the procedures without the real patient. So also, the medical staff is very busy. So on average, only 30% of attendees stay there throughout the whole training. And especially on the ICUs, there is about 20% fluctuation of people every year. VRICU is a automated training software for virtual reality that simulates intensive care unit procedures without the need for a real patient. Virtual reality is beneficial for the trainees because it is 30% more effective, and you have a better retention of information, and you can do the training anytime, anywhere, without the need for the real device or a real patient. Also, for the hospitals, there is a big advantage of the connection to the HR system or a shift planner, and thanks to that, the hospital knows how well their staff is doing on the trainings and how well they are trained. For the medical device manufacturers, there are many advantages, mainly the standardized automated training. So anyone knows how to use their machines like the correct way. So there are no misinformation during these trainings. And also a big advantage, and I got it confirmed again today because one of the professionals called me, is that the professionals can join from the other side of the world, and they can help the medical staff to solve some problems without the need to travel to the hospital. Yeah, okay. Right now we have two main target groups. The first target group are medical device manufacturers who want it for the reasons of saving costs and marketing reasons and the trainings and other reasons that make sense to them. And the second target group are hospitals, universities, centers of simulation medicine who needed to simulate situations that would be really complicated or even impossible to simulate in the real life because you don't have the patient, or you don't have the device, or you cannot simulate this complicated things without like a really big budget. So for them, it makes sense also from the cost saving view and also from the the usefulness. So the trainees that go through virtual reality trainings know how to do better in real life then. Right now, we are gathering data from VR ICU trainings and sending these data through InterSystem platform to a shift planner and HR system. So this already works on InterSystem platforms through FHIR Accelerator services. For the world market on the ICU or on the virtual reality ICU, virtual reality generally is a rapidly growing market. Just market for VR healthcare is expected to be $11.5 billion in the year 2028. Our main target groups are hospitals, and you can see that there are 30,000 hospitals only in the US and Europe combined. So there is quite a big target group and quite a big potential on the market. Considering our competitors, there are several main differences from our competitors. One of them is that we are combining single player and multiplayer use. And the biggest ones probably are that we are focusing on the ICUs and on real machines. Most of the VR trainings that are done right now are general trainings on some procedures that would be probably useful, but we are focusing on real machines, real trainings, real situations that we get from the medical specialists, from the medical device manufacturers, and from the universities. So we are trying to focus on the most useful trainings that would be used in real life. Also, the advantages to our competitors is that our solution is done for a so-called standalone VR devices. So there is no need for some big technological knowledge, or you don't need any technological experts to start it. So I'm 100% certain that with only 1 minute call, anyone of you can go through the VR training without the need of my expertise or any others.
Andre, you are out of time, just quickly. So.
Oh, okay. So I'll just my last sentence. Considering that we would sell licenses only to the 5% of US and European hospitals, we are expecting a turnover of over 30 million euros in 5 years. Right now, we are looking for smart money, so an investor that would help us spread faster and open doors to more medical device manufacturers, and we offer a 10% equity for €1 million investment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for this fine pitch, including very clear what you are asking for and who you are looking for. So now it's time for questions. When the others are thinking about processing the info, what to ask, I actually saw a demo of the virtual ICU. Is it something? Is it included in your pitch or somewhere where you can provide a link to see how it looks? Or
you mean the video?
Yeah, the video.
Yeah, sure, sure. We can give you the video. The problem is that consuming virtual reality through video is like consuming food through video. So you have to experience it. So maybe if any one of you is interested, we can arrange a meeting and you can try it for yourself. That would be maybe more interesting.
Would it be possible to show it now? Just, I don't know, 1 minute.
Okay, give me a second. I'll try it. Okay, so I'll share my screen. Sorry. Okay, so I'll share my whole screen then. Yeah, so this is the room. We have now the new one, so it is even more realistic. And this is the main concept, that you have real devices or real copies of devices, real copies of patients, and they react to anything you start training. So usually it starts with basic setup, and from the basic setup you go to more advanced training, so troubleshooting, crisis scenarios, patient failures, and stuff like that. And the main advantage is that you are learning by doing. Yeah.
Yeah, hello, Andre. Two quick questions regarding Oculus, as I saw. How are you dealing with their issue with Facebook and like B2B licenses? Aren't you worried?
Depends on the country.
Yeah, okay.
In the countries that there is in the countries where there is a Oculus for Business, we are using Oculus for Business. In others, we are using different devices, because the Oculus aren't the only ones that we are developing for. So for our own purposes, we are usually using the Oculus, but to our customers, we are offering different solutions, and it depends on them which ones they pick. But the main idea is that we are focusing on the standalone devices, so it is easy to use and simple to learn.
Nice, nice. And the second question was regarding medical device certification. Do you already have it, the MDR?
We actually don't need it. We talked with Sukl here in Czech Republic. We talked with the same legal institution in Germany, and they told us both that as long as there is a certified person from the manufacturer, we don't need any certifications.
Got it. Awesome. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thanks. Oh, sorry.
Please go.
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. Just a quick question, because as for example, the life support equipment, every distributor or manufacturer is obliged, in Czech Republic at least, to provide a hands-on training of those systems. Yes. So what is the, where do you see the main use case?
Well, the hands-on training, as I said in the beginning, the hands-on training aren't that much hands-on usually, because you cannot train everything. You can train only certain things. And also on these trainings, there are usually like only 2 or 3 people from the whole ICU or from the whole unit. So there is quite a big problem with sharing of information, and also quite a big problem of training all the different situations. So the first use case is that in virtual reality, you can train whatever, like any crisis scenario you can imagine. And the second use case is that thanks to the VR, you can then repeat these trainings at any time you have to, like anytime you can. So for example, 2 in the morning, the nurses don't really have anything to do. They are just waiting for other for the next steps they will do. So when they have time, they will just put on the headset, spend 10 minutes in the virtual training, remind themselves how to use the new machine, and then go on with their work.
Okay, thank you.
Right, maybe Andre, I don't know, Evgeny, you had a question.
Yes, Andre, I wanted to ask you, who is your primary customer? Is it like a hospital or like some learning center?
Yeah, right now the main customer are the medical device manufacturers. Like if we talk what customers we already have manufacturers, universities, hospitals, and simulation centers. Right now, the manufacturers are the ones that we focus on the most, but for the future, it would be probably the hospitals.
I think we have one last minute for questions. So to me, just maybe Andrei, I just want to know how fast can you insert a new device into how fast you can build the virtual ICU, because the design may differ hospital from hospital.
Nice question, really good one. Depends on the complicated or on how much complicated the device is. Usually it's from several weeks to several months. So from like 5 weeks to 6 months, depends on how complicated the device is and how fast the communication with the device manufacturer is. That's the biggest point.
Yeah, so over time, this will get faster and easier because you will have more arrangements, contracts with manufacturers, device manufacturers, so then it will be easy to design any setup.
Exactly.
Do I understand it correctly? Fine. Right. So thank you again for your pitch. I think we are on time, and I'd like to invite. We have 2 more teams before a short break. So the next one to present will be Format for Life, and I can already see Marina ready to pitch. So go ahead, please.
Thank you. Let me present my screen. Yep. So, dear audience, hello. We are Format for Life, a virtual assistant for personalized disease treatment. Despite the incremental development of medical technologies, there is still a very big gap between patients and innovative solutions for their disease treatment. And our team believes that this gap could be bridged through integration of medical card and advanced data analysis algorithms. That was our motivation to create Format for Life, virtual assistant for personalized disease treatment. Format for Life allows users to maintain their medical records, like a medical card, and also access the checkers for medical data analysis in order to get the advanced report about the disease and treatment. So what's this report about? This report contains a comprehensive description about the disease, treatment, chosen medication, and other relevant information. Also gives warnings and suggestions about treatment modification, if there is any space to optimize it and make it personalized, and also provide the general support on decision-making process. In order to make this report possible, we compiled the biggest biomedical data bank and collected information from the world-recognized sources such as FDA, EMA, and so on. And in order to make it usable, we enhanced this database through integration with AI-based algorithms. So now let's cover a few business questions. We are targeting the e-health market, which is estimated in 300 billion euros, and our target market is the patient engagement apps, in the segment in particular in English-speaking countries. On the competitors landscape, there are a few big players such as Isabel, WebMD, and UpToDate, but in terms of the database size and also patient orientation, Format for Life has its superiority. So in the business model, we're following the concept B2B2C, where the data analysis services are provided to healthcare organizations and to affiliated clinicians with them on the subscription basis. Here's an example of calculation of the revenue. Here you can see that we are charging by the request per patient, and according to the rough statistical estimation, it looks profitable. So our target audience is a medical specialist, like the final user, clinician, or GP by profile, who is willing to apply the world best practices, but struggle with this straightforward implementation. In particular, the statistic about usage of personalized medicine, despite the given guidelines, is still very low. Not all the clinicians know how to use it, and we would like to change it with our product. Where we are now, we are finishing the MVP stage. We have a workable MVP, and I kindly invite you to the demo. Let's chat about that further. But overall, we are starting the pilot runs in clinics soon, and also starting the fundraising campaign in order to make our product market ready. So our big roadmap includes several stages. We would like to develop the several tools for clinicians in order to better analyze and understand medical data and end up with as a product, as a next generation medical information system. In our team, there are three main players, two people with software development background and me with bioinformatics background. And as a young startup, we share all of these important responsibilities all together, such as business development questions, technical development, science and data protection, but also we are inviting experts to our advisory board and willing to receive some recommendations and help with the project development further. So if you would like to join forces and make the personalized medicine possible, please contact us, and I'm here very happy to answer all of your questions.
Well, thanks, Marina, for your great presentation, great pitch in terms of time. So you managed 4 minutes, which is the fastest so far. So great. Great job.
Don't want to overload you. Okay.
Let's go to questions.
Let's see the questions.
I mean, my question is, what is it that you ask at this stage? Maybe you can repeat clearly. Do you asking for money or partnership or experts?
Yes.
What exactly?
So we are starting the fundraising campaign in order to get the pre-seed investment, and as a startup, we already applied for several governmental grants and programs. So it's something which is already started. And also we are looking for partners to validate our product in clinical settings and conduct pilot runs. So that is why I also would like to advertise that if there is an interest to implement something from the personalized medicine and we can be helpful with that, I am very open for further discussion. Yeah.
And you are after the English-speaking countries like the UK, North America, Canada.
Indeed. We are considering translating the tool, but for pilot it will be in English. However, because the current database and representation of data is very flexible and usable, we would like to also translate it into the most commonly used European languages in order to also kind of expand our product in that countries. So we indeed were thinking about translating it into the Czech. So yeah, it's something under progress, but I cannot do any estimates so far. It's something we work on.
Right, and the clinics you mentioned, do you already have some clinic that is willing to pilot this, test it, help you fine tune it, or what's your status on this?
So one of course is ICAM. Thanks for the Caelestinus Incubator program, and another two. One is in UK and another is in Netherlands. Like locally, I try to make some contacts, and yeah, just to it won't be that large scale pilot, but still make it use and give our product to try for several clinicians and get the feedback. That's our main goal for it. Yeah.
Oh, other questions
hi, Marina.
from our audience?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Evgeny from InterSystems. As I see the timeline, so MVP is almost ready. And what is it? Is it a mobile app? Can you provide more information?
I will be very happy to show to you it. Oh, sorry, it's the wrong one. Demo. So what is that? It's a medical checker. So it's something also scheduling, and we on the final station polishing it up. So what is an MVP? Is a checker for medical data. It's here you can see the different diseases and the medications to analyze. And as a result, now we will see default report. But anyway, sorry. Okay. Something analyze. And now we will see Okay, sorry, from this server, I haven't touched. Here is it. And here you can see what actually is going on inside. So it's like the very minimal description of what will be there and how it will be organized. That for several diseases, for disease and several medication, we will have the explicit description of and snapshot of the most important information from that, and also the reference to the guidelines on how to better find the personalized approach to cure this disease or to apply particular drugs. So this is a part of the MVP, and another part is the medical card infrastructure. So yeah, probably from this server, I'm sorry, it won't work for me, but I'm very happy to share it afterwards. Yeah.
Thank you. Recently, I watched the Apple presentation that they introduced like similar, like maybe not similar, but something that some tool that will analyze the drugs and medications you consume and make how they combine. So will you compete with Apple now? In this?
Well, fortunately or unfortunately, the market of drug analyzer is wide. That's why we decided to go not in drug analyzer or symptom checker, but something completely new, like a blue ocean. So like literally the treatment checker, where you can understand better the treatment and also find the points for optimization. So I would say not, just because we already lost this game in terms of analyzing the interaction of drugs, like for example with drugs.com or drugs checkers from WebMD. But overall, we still think the value that we provide and how to better apply the personalized guidelines is still unique and valuable for the customers. So I hope that Apple will not launch something for personalized medicine in the next 5 years and it will go off with our product. So yeah. Okay.
All right, more questions? Maybe I can ask one more. Is where do you see like your magic in this that no other company or startup can have? Like, what's the secret of the value behind it? Is it some technical solution, or is it user experience? Is it algorithm? Is it the pilots with hospitals? How would you say what's your unique selling point?
Yeah, indeed. So I would say that first of all is the algorithms in terms of the data collection. So the parsing algorithm that we use for collect the data and compile this biggest database. And secondly, it's also the user experience that, of course, user can access the checker as it is, but also integrate it with the current medical records and make the analysis smooth and easygoing. So I would say it's both. Of course, I would also like to have this component and the advantage of partnering with clinics, but we are on a too early stage. But still, I believe that these 2 points, like the user experience and the algorithms for data collection and further polishing and processing, are very good from our side. Like, yeah. And like maybe last point is that currently the market of personalized medicine in terms of the data analysis is still emerging. It's on the early development, and that's why we would like to be before the hype of that and introduce our project and be presented on the market before most of companies will be switching to that. So it is also, I believe, the appropriate time point to start with it, which is also very important in business, I assume.
Marina, I have another question. So, you mentioned the sources for your database are mostly like open source databases.
Yeah.
So, first question is, if you like rely on it, how will you compete with some closed databases where? So I mean, do you expect that all the needed data is available in the open source databases?
Yeah, very relevant question. Yeah, so what I see as a solution, indeed, in terms of the checking the drug information, the advanced drug information, we do not have that many data specifically for drugs, but in general, because of the wide focus and also the ability to analyze the data and match the data even from the open sources is still a very challenging task. And I'm happy that we figured out how to do that. I still think that there is kind of advantages and solution for us. And yeah, as I said, it's very difficult to compete with companies who are presented on the market for more than 10 years, but and who have this the restricted access databases, but still we are creating ours. And also we are going to adjust it with the new knowledge and probably make it closed as well. So we are not sharing the information that we have as most of companies do. Yeah, I hope this question, this answer was relevant.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Marina, for the pitch and the discussion. So I think the format was great. It was for life.
Indeed.
I was just trying to make a joke because it's so serious. It has been for the last 2 hours. So we have now. Thank you again. We have now last team to go before a 5-minute break, and that team will be Urogram. And we have Max from Urogram. Hi, Max.
Hi there. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Amazing.
Let's do, yeah, it's the moment is right. So go ahead, please. 5 minutes pitch.
All right. I will start sharing my screen, and we will see if you can see it. Share. Can you see it? Is it fine?
Yes.
Play the presentation.
All fine. All fine.
All right. Great. So first of all, just thanks for providing us with this opportunity. It's great to be here. I feel like I'm in Shark Tank, honestly. It's awesome. So hi, my name is Mac, and me and my company aim to make hospital beds smarter with modern and integrated solutions. And today I will talk to you about our first product. We've identified that 45.6% of nurses work overtime. That's 12 hours and more. They work an average of 6.5 hours of overtime per week. And this costs hospitals $14,000 per year. What overtime work causes poor quality of care, failing patient safety, more care is left undone, and the hospitals have higher expenses because overtime pay is 1.5 times higher, or 1.5 times the normal pay, and of course stress, pain, and in the end burnout. The main causes of overtime work are emergencies, staff shortages, partly caused also by burnout, and the most important of all for us, mundane automatable tasks. On the other hand, doctors need to make quick decisions when working with ICU patients based on quality data, which is instantly accessible in one place. Doctors use 6 vital indicators when working with ICU patients. The first 5 of these are already measured automatically by existing medical devices. They are blood pressure, heart rate, respiratory rate, oxygen saturation, and body temperature. The last and only one, which is still measured manually, is urine output. Now, you might think that urine output is measured manually because it isn't that important, but urine output can actually diagnose problems that aren't detectable by a physical exam, like acute kidney injury, internal organ issues, and a patient's overall long-term health. So our solution to this is the Urogram, named subject to change, which is an easy-to-use battery-powered plug-and-play IoT device that can automatically measure patients' urine output and securely send readable data to a computer or smartphone. So let's just break this statement down real quick. Easy to use means that we've got a very simple, user-friendly device that allows nurses to take an on-demand measurement, tear or zero out the scale, or connect to a different Wi-Fi network with dedicated hard buttons. Battery-powered, well, you obviously know what battery-powered means, but in this case, we're talking about a super efficient microprocessor that can limit its functions on demand in a deep sleep mode to save energy, paired with an e-ink display that effortlessly shows data even when it's turned off. Plug and play describes the user's first impressions of the device. You just take it out of its box, power it on, connect to Wi-Fi via your phone, and hang up a standard issue urine bag without changing anything. The last part of the statement I'd just like to briefly talk about is readability of the data, because we not only provide a time series chart full of past data and, for example, the last available measurement, but we also provide useful metrics such as hourly change, increase since last bag change, and identified long-term trends. Right now, we are on our 3rd prototype, which supports the InterSystems FHIR standard, has 2 weeks battery life, and is compatible with Lynette medical beds and is ready for real-world testing. Our first prototype was developed during a healthcare hackathon organized by Tomáš here at the end of the year 2021. second prototype was developed in Q1 2022, and was the first one to undergo long-term testing. And right now we are on our third. So the three key features of our device are the custom data visualization suite, which I already touched on. It is a proprietary map and web and mobile application, which allows medical staff to view the data they need anytime. Also interoperability, which means we're compatible with the HeartSHIELD FHIR standard by InterSystems, which provides seamless integration into existing workflows and systems. And the last key feature is simplicity, which means that we use easy to use, durable, reliable, mass-producible electronics, which total to less than $100 per device. So we are aiming for 160,000 ICU beds. That is the EU plus US market, which can net 35 million euros in device sales and up to 25 million euros a year in additional services. We aim to capture 24,000 beds in the next 5 years. So we've already developed prototype 3. We are in cooperation with ICAM, and we have an advanced version of the device's firmware. Right now, we are going through, right now it is Q3 2022, obviously, and we are going through patient testing with ICAM. We actually have a meeting with them this Friday. We have a working prototype of our web application, and we are working on customer acquisition. In Q4 2022, we have our fourth prototype, complete with better electronics. We will be working on product validation, and we'll be searching and talking to production partners. In Q1 2023, we will be working on development and consulting with experts in design and development. And in Q2 2023, we will have an MVP and letters of intent from customers. And then finally, in Q3 2023, we will have a production-ready hardware and software, a complete visualization suite. That means our web app, and our device will be ready for medical device certification in the US and the EU. So for my long-term vision, real quick, at the end of 2024 or around 2024, we will be done with certification, which takes around a year. 2025 up to the latter part of the 2020s, we will be handling sales. And then around the year 2030, we will be expanding to more markets and to, for example, normal hospital beds and normal hospital rooms, and developing more smart accessories to make beds even smarter as to our mission. So the team making this happen is me. My name is Max again. I am a creative engineer at Boost Research. Christoph, who might be here, he's my colleague. He's a designer and project manager at Zuri.com, which is a startup. And Tobias Vybiral, who is a consultant and overall UX wizard magician at Rohlik, which is a food delivery service. And now that I've told you all this, it's time for the kicker. We are aiming for a 150,000 euro funding round. 45% of this will be spent on sales and marketing. 45% of this will be spent on developers and consulting to get us to certification. And 20% will be spent on research and development, so electronics. If any of this interested you, feel free to contact us via these channels or check out our LinkedIn by opening the presentation, which will be provided by the organizers. And with that, it's time for your questions, and thanks for your attention.
Well, thank you, Max, for a great pitch. And the presentation is available on that Notion site that I think we've sent around. But before I give the chance to our audience to ask, I saw at the end this exponential or whatever geometrical curve, how it's going to be. Is there a way to speed things up, like really diametrically? I mean, it had like 2026, I think, at the end of 25. Is there a way you could speed it up and do it in 2 years before it's too late?
Thanks for bringing it up. It's actually a very good question and a very good point. The thing is that right now in the European Union, we are undergoing a change in legislature, and there's a huge queue and a huge waiting time for certification. But of course, if this improves, the certification will be quicker. And of course, we can make development quicker, which will, the investment, or if we get an investment, will be a huge help to make development quicker, because more people means faster development and better devices, and also more readiness for the certification.
Yeah, thanks. So let's go for questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really interesting. What medical device class in EU are you currently classified? It is class 1, 2A, or what class?
So right now, this is one of the things that we need to figure out, because there is a few questions to be asked, and the main question is if the doctor is going to use the data from our device as a sort of hint to then make deductions, or if the doctor is going to really use the data like a final data point. That will determine our class, and this isn't determined yet. That is why we are in patient testing with ICAM, because we need to determine that if the data is quality enough that and the device is reliable enough that it can be used as a final data point, which is what we're aiming for.
Okay. As for the competition, there already is a device from a company, Potrero Medical, which is called Acurin, which does everything which your device also does, measuring the output, the graphs of the output, and so on. So the first question is, how do you differ from this device?
So yes, or continue, please.
Yes, and the second question and the final one for me, do you also plan to integrate more functions in your device? Because one of the reasons why the medical staff is actively looking on the urine is also to detect a presence of if the urine is cloudy, if the urine contains blood, and so on. Mm-hmm. So if you plan to integrate those functions as well.
Yeah, so great questions. First of all, the competition, we know about competition, but sort of our main value here is that in cooperation with InterSystems, we aim for as much interoperability as possible. So we'll be able to integrate into existing workflows, existing pipelines, and really not give the hospital any more hassle. The device doesn't touch the urine at all. It weighs the bag. So you don't have to go through any like hygienic steps or something. It is waterproof, it is battery powered, it's very easy to use, and it integrates seamlessly. Now for the second question, which I have in my stress forgotten what it was. Could you please say it again?
If you also plan to implement other functionalities, so like presence of blood, cloudy urine, so presence of proteins, and so on.
Yeah, I can later provide the link to our submission for a hackathon, which actually did have the color measurement, but we decided to omit it right now to focus on really getting our first feature, the measurement itself, completely perfect, seamless done. And then we are aiming, and this is the main sort of philosophy which I do when I develop things, which I subscribe to, is modularity. So the device will be ready to add more features as we go. For example, colors, urine color, and integrate into the beds systems. For example, modern Lynette beds have systems that you can integrate into that will make the data in one place that will be interoperable. And also, we are aiming to make the beds smarter overall, not only with urine measurement, but basically with all manner of devices like sensors for when a patient gets up and other things. And this is all things that are in the future that are planned. And yes, we plan to implement more features.
Okay, perfect. Also, what could be interesting would be to measure the conductivity of the urine because of or impedance, I should say, because of the concentration of the salts, which translates to the fact if the patient is dehydrated, is not dehydrated, if the kidneys work correctly, and so on. So this could also be other parameter which could
honestly
be really
I didn't want to get into more into that much technical details in the presentation in fear of boring the people that are here. But now that you're talking about it, you're basically taking words out of my head. These are all things that we are looking at and we are planning. But as I said, we just want to get the first and the main feature, which is measuring the output, perfectly complete, and then we are going to continue.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Max, regarding the very interesting presentation, by the way, but regarding the medical device class that you mentioned, just one thing, this is not dependent of whether you are the one who's fully taking the charge, but it's only measured based on how risky this is for the patient. So the medical device class comes from example, from you have type 3, if you can hurt the patient, basically causing him death, and so on. So it's just one thing, but that's just like a very short detail. My question would be, how far are you with this? You are far away from the MVP, or you're running a prototype, or already doing some kind of pilot tests? Thank you.
So it was in the presentation. I might have not mentioned it enough, but yes, we are doing tests with ICAM, with the Institute of Clinical and Experimental Medicine in Prague. We are doing actual patient tests in ICUs. We have a feedback meeting on Friday, and we are talking to them. We are actively developing with them, and we are quite far with the device's firmware, but we still need to go further with the electronics, which will be safer for certification.
Mm-hmm. Perfect, thank you. One thing that really pops to my mind is the same thing that I was mentioning regarding the NANTEO, that you have to be very careful about the manufacturing of the stuff like that, because that really matters throughout the certification process, and it will definitely be one of the, let's say, bottleneck for the future. But very nice work. We're looking forward to hear more in the future.
Yeah, thank you. So just shortly, my experience from working at Cruise Research, for example, is making a lot of devices for the automotive industry, which also includes certifications. So yeah, there's this pipeline which I've already identified with working with certifications, but yeah, it's just something we'll have to think about. But it's something we've been counting with from day one, from the hackathon, and we know this is a thing we'll have to do, and we will have to raise more funds to go through certifications as it costs potentially millions. But if it's something we can pass and we're sure of it, I think it's something that is worthwhile.
Exactly. Especially regarding the hardware, this is gonna be a bit more problematic, but definitely fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Max, thank you very much. I really enjoyed that presentation, and I appreciate the focus of your company. Two quick questions. First one is on the product itself. You mentioned $100 figure. Is that your cost of goods, or was that your sell price to the hospital, or something in between?
So that isn't the sell price to the hospital per se. That is the cost of goods plus the cost of work to assemble.
Cost of goods plus cost of work. Okay, clear. And because this is kind of downstream, no pun intended, is this a reusable device that stays with the bed? Is there, is part of it come off that actually touches the urine and then the kind of brain stays behind? Tell me a little bit about that as well, please.
All right, so we're not, as I said, we're not touching the urine at all. So there isn't any hygienic flow with touching the urine. It's actually hung onto the device using pins, and it weighs the bag, because urine has a, the density of urine is quite predictable. Yeah. So you can then calculate how much it weighs, and the device attaches to the bed using whatever pipes or whatever mounting points are on it, because the mounting points of the device are modular and can be adapted. This is one of the additional services, can be adapted to whatever bed you're using, whatever bed, whatever size, whatever anything, because the device is.
So each patient that comes through gets a new device with them, or the device just stays with the bed and it can be used until it wears out?
Used until it wears out, and the battery life is about 3 weeks, and the life of the electronics is about 3 to 5 years.
Clear. And then last question on the 150K funding. What is the vehicle for the funding, and do you have a valuation?
We don't have a valuation yet, and the vehicle is, we will have to incorporate the company first, if that's what you mean by vehicle.
Okay. So, okay, clear. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks, Max, for the pitch. Thanks for the questions. We will now have a short break. I think it's 4 minutes, and at 25, which is in 4 minutes time, we will continue with Medfox Digital. So thanks again, Max, for.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I will see some of you on today's networking. So,
Okay, thank you guys. So I will just mute ourselves for the next 4 minutes. I'll move to a different room, and then we can enjoy the last 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. So you've been a wonderful audience, and I hope you are enjoying the pitches as much as I have been enjoying. So talk to you. We'll be back soon.
Thank you. Bye.
And the floor is yours from now.
Okay, so hello, I am Martin from Medfox. 55%, that's the number of Czechs taking at least one prescription drug. A quarter of 20 years old already take one drug regularly. Over 65 years old often take 5 or more prescription drugs. Half of the patients are not taking the medication as they should. According to the WHO, this is one of the key healthcare issues today. So this is why we've invented Medfox, a mobile application which allows you to manage your meds as well as your prescriptions and ensures you never miss a single pill. Personal data became abundant. It started with measuring sports, activity, sleeping, nutrition monitoring, you name it. But today, it's mostly scattered across multiple places and not usually managed by the users. Medfox's vision is to help patients bring health data back to the users. We believe people deserve to have their health in their hand. through the digital technology provides the platform enabling Medfox provides this platform enabling patients to do just that. In the European Union, there are 100+ million citizens who use medicines on regular basis and are daily active on smartphones. Our partners, our potential partners can be divided in three major categories: pharma companies, disease management companies, and pharmacy and insurance companies. We've already created a MVP, which reached almost 100,000 downloads. We have approximately 3,000 daily active users and approximately 12,000 monthly active users. We have high user satisfaction. And our goal is to create a holistic health app, which will have some additional feature or additional add-ons, which will be specific per some diseases or problems. The first add-on we are currently preparing is focused on the cardiology patient. So currently costs for hospitalization, cardiology patient presents 2% of overall medical cost. So it's a huge marketplace. In Czech Republic, there are approximately 40,000 patients who need specific medication for specific cardiac medication, and the average price per hospitalization with heart failure is approximately 35,000 crowns. The problem with heart failure and following medication is that doctors do not know which kind of dosages you need to take, and the process look like that there's set up dosages, then you monitor patients, gather some additional data, analyze and change the dosages. This process usually takes approximately 6 months, in some cases 3 months, in some cases 12 months. So, and the problem is that the patients needs to visit the doctor regularly, and our idea is to do this, to digitalize this process and show the data real time to the doctors. So this is our idea. We already have the data about medicine usage and the patient usage. We will create a specific interface for this problem. Let's say like add-on within the application, where users will simply store daily data about blood pressure, pulse, weight, etc. Some additional data will be stored on weekly or bi-weekly or monthly basis. For example, some questionnaires, cardiologists might know, like KCCQ questionnaires specific for this part. At the other side, the doctor will see overall report based on which he or she will be able to adjust the medicine dosages, and dosages will be adjusted in patient's cell phone, and we can digitalize this process. Currently, we launch our MVP with our co-founders with initial funding. We are looking for additional 300,000 euros, which will cover mostly development of new functionalities, either retention focused, subscription focused, or partnership focused. We are looking to launch 2 new markets, and this funding should cover also marketing and operational costs for next year and a couple more months, because the pilot for cardiology add-on might took 12 months itself. Our team, myself, I am CEO. I also have 3 co-founders and 1 data manager, and we have pool of developers. And that's all from my side.
Thank you, Martin. The time will swap, and we have 8 minutes for discussion. There are some questions from the audience.
I hope I didn't start too early after the break.
Hi, Martin. It's Evgeny from InterSystems.
Hello,
Martin, how many downloads of your app do you have now?
Currently, we have approximately 110,000 downloads overall.
And if we speak about monthly users, how much is that?
It's like 12,000 monthly active users, about 3,000 daily active users.
And where are they from?
Mostly, our application currently has medical databases for Czech and Poland, so mostly it's Czech and Polish users.
Okay. Do you plan to expand this database?
Oh yes, definitely. This is one of the goals where we are reaching for additional funding to implement the localization files, medicine databases, and launch marketing campaigns in different countries.
And what's the next region? What's the next region?
Regarding to the opportunities or data gathering, we were thinking about Netherlands or Italy locally, but we might pivot based on the decision of potential partner. We're open to discussion.
And what is the business model? The
idea about this add-on will be that it's going to be subscription based. As I mentioned, there are significant costs with hospitalization of cardiac patients, and our goal is to, based on the pilot, show that participating in such subscription program might help lowering the hospitalization rates, and it will be paid hopefully from insurance companies.
Okay.
This is the reason why we need a pilot for a couple of months to gather a lot of data and see, and then bring the benefits.
Okay, are there more questions from the audience? All right, I might ask about a collaboration that you already mentioned in the presentation. You found 2 startups in the incubation that you might collaborate with. So how do you think that might work, or how, if difficult, that might be to integrate your solutions together?
Okay, we were thinking about the I have also backup slide for that one. So using FHIR as a communication platform between our application. As I mentioned, we were thinking that our application will be application for overall health records focused on the customer. So we were doing some analysis how to use a FHIR regarding the or help to integrate with potential third parties, either IoT devices or data analytic companies. And we were thinking that we might cover some, let's say, data gathering or showing reports from IoT devices, and sharing our medicine databases for analytical companies like Sanitas Analytica, and gather some additional information for users. We already did some analysis on the data. There were some interesting insights. However, guys from Sanitas Analytica think that it might not be enough for selling, so we are trying to searching in different niches and different users in different diagnoses. So yeah, this is like ongoing process.
Cool.
Martin,
Thank you.
is there any consenting process that you anticipate for the patient? So I'm guessing in the business model you explained that, you know, if the hospital can save admissions and save money, then they're going to probably dictate and pay for the patient to use the device. But the patient's being asked to share things beyond just metrics, right? So beyond the BP, the pulse, the weight, if they took their med or not, you're going to ask maybe some quality of life questions. Do you anticipate having a consenting process that's specific to your both your app and your data usage, or will this be covered by the hospital?
Well, currently our application has regular terms and conditions and consents. We will need to prepare specific consent for enrolling to this program. I suppose that we will need to create this consent also for our company, not only for the hospital. Did I correct the problem you asked?
Yeah,
correctly?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Martin, as we have 45 seconds more, I'd like to ask if there's something you're asking the investors, or I hope I didn't miss it.
Okay. So currently we are in the phase that we launch our application as MVP, which is living by its own. We would like to add additional features, additional add-ons. So we are searching for either investment or potential partnerships, or some experienced team members who would like to participate on this kind of a project. So if you have anything which might help us, feel free to contact me.
All right, and our time is up. So thank you very much, Martin, and
okay. Thank you
for your presentation, and see you around.
Well, and it's high time to say hello to HeartSHIELD, our next Caelestinus, which is a team in incubation. We call them Caelestinus. So we have 3 more to go today, and I'd like to ask HeartSHIELD, do we have somebody on the line?
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Can't see you.
Oh, yeah. I shared the screen if I can.
No, it's fine. Yeah, we see Michaela, but we don't. Yeah, yep. We see you both. Excellent. So go ahead. We can see it perfectly.
Okay. So if I can start. So hello and thank you for having us today. We would like to present you our company we called NerveCor now. And I would start with our vision, which is to give people more control over their life by managing better their mental and therefore their physical health as well, because many diseases are psychosomatics. For example, ischemic heart disease, which is the leading cause of death in a global measurement. And about our product, we are trying to invent a small wearable device attached to patient's chest to monitor his heart condition and provide this data via FHIR database to his doctor. This can be easily accessible via mobile or a web application. And apart from that, our customers can also use the function to lower their anxiety level or chronic stress and more easily reach cardiac coherence, which can significantly help them calm themselves and also potentially avoid the development of diseases caused by high activation of autonomous nervous system. And from this point, you can already assume that our potential customers are mainly people suffering from anxiety disorders like Suska here, report heart defects, and lastly, just people living stressful lives, like here Adam as manager.
Okay, I will continue. There are several competitors. However, most of them offer brain, neck, or hand stimulators. So therefore, our main advantage is that the device is placed on the heart, so it can also monitor the heart activity and find the heart defects. And in this case, the information about it is sent to the particular doctor. The users also, as mentioned, can wear the device under the t-shirt, so during the daily activities. And finally, of course, the device is will be also created in cooperation with clinics and patients suffering from anxiety disorders. When it comes to the market, the worldwide market size is calculated to $3 billion for anxiety disorders devices market, and we forecast in a value of $4.5 billion in 2025. There is an increasing number of people who are suffering from stress or anxiety disorders. So there is a huge trend in meditation and health management and smart devices market. The main revenue should come from selling the NerveCor devices that would be probably manufactured by external suppliers. And at the 1,000 sold devices, there is a projected break-even point in 2025. And there could be also some side revenues, mainly from the phone app. There could be some like paid features and so on. Yeah, when it comes to financial, as mentioned on the previous slide, the break-even point is projected to 2025 for the current and the next year. We are planning to develop our prototype, getting certificates, and finalize the final product. For the pre-launch marketing strategy, we will cooperate with clinics and patients suffering from anxiety disorders. And for post-launch strategy, we would like to participate in exhibitions and also cooperate with some clients, show their stories and how the device helped them, and then use it for example, social media campaigns. At the moment, the team consists of 3 people, Misha Petrashova, Jan Petrcova, and me. And now we are looking for cooperation with clients suffering from anxiety disorders, clinics, and investment for developing prototype and the final product. Thank you for the time.
Thanks for your presentation. We now have 9 minutes for questions. So let me invite anyone in our audience to ask the first one. Well, my question would be, is there anything you can show? Like, is there a concept, a prototype, anything, how that device looks or might look?
Well, we have for now just a sketch of MVP. Yeah, like that it's very primitive, but we are working on the MVP, and we will show it when we will develop it.
Okay, so when do you expect to have your MVP, or is it something also you will be asking for help, for experts, or is it investment only at this moment? Well, what is your ask?
Well, we calculate that we can have the software part of the prototype done by the end of July, and the complete prototype with hardware part as well by the beginning of September.
And then you would have a hospital or some physicians to start testing on with patients, or what's the plan for?
It's the plan to create it and then to test it and then to develop it more. It can be more suitable for patients.
Fine. Okay. So let's have the audience ask questions. I've heard somebody.
Yeah, I'd like to better understand what it is that your product is actually doing. So you used the word heart defect a number of times, and then you talked a lot about anxiety. So, you know, to me, it sounds, I'm kind of reading between the lines, it sounds like you're trying to reassure people that have anxiety that they don't actually have a heart defect. So you're looking for like things like a fast rhythm or PVCs that are non-life threatening. But heart defects also means things like, you know, bundle branch blocks where you might have a myocardial infarction or heart failure based on ejection fraction. So if you could just maybe explain a little bit more about what you mean by heart defect and what the actual end result is. Is it a diagnostic, or is it just simply saying that to the patient, you're okay, your rhythm is normal, it's just too fast, or you're having a couple of, you know, premature beats?
Well, is it the device should consider of two functions. The first one is that it should measure patient's EKG, so it should give him the report, as you said. You have, for example, tachycardia or brachycardia, and so on, or your heart rate is normal. And the second part are mainly for those suffering from chronic stress or that anxiety, that when they can turn on this function during, for example, a panic attack, they can become more aware about their heart and like focus on it and reach a cardiac coherence, which was shown that can like help calm people down.
Okay, maybe I will add that at the moment our main market is with anxiety disorders. So the main function is that the device helps the people to with the stress and anxiety disorders. And the extra function for this is that it also monitor the heart activity. So the users are aware about it and they know the heart activity is correct. And if not, then the results are sent to the doctor. But at the moment, as mentioned, the main function is related to anxiety disorders market.
No, that part was clear to me. But again, what are you evaluating the heart for? So are you looking at rhythm, or are you looking at, you know, simply the rate of the heart, or are you looking for abnormal rhythms? That's where I don't understand how you're correlating whatever the output or the metric that you're reading on the heart is to, yes, the patient's okay, or no, they're not okay, because that's a life altering decision right there. If the patient's about to have a myocardial infarction, you want them to go to the closest emergency department. If they're simply having a rate that's too fast, then, you know, you can reassure them that their heartbeat's totally normal. So is that, in the anxiety market, is that simply the play that every time they have an episode, they hit a button and then the device says, you're okay, you have a normal rhythm?
No, it's not about that. It's like two functions that can be like together, but like doesn't have to be. For example, in case, let's say someone has a strong panic attacks, and from this they have developed some heart defect like tachycardia, and the device should measure their EKG for a long period of time and if it can and if it measures that there is something wrong, that his or her heart rate is like abnormal for a longer period of time, that it can give them some feedback about it, and the doctor would be also notified about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Are there more questions? Okay, so in this case, I'd like to thank you for your pitch, and I think you are quite early stage, but this gives you only more chance to find the magic on the way, and I think you made a progress from 3 months ago, where I think it's clear that you have started investigating and like what's there on the market and about the technologies to integrate in your solution. So thanks for that, and we will now have 2 more teams before the end of the first demo day, and I'd like to invite MedMe representative to join us in this virtual environment.
Hey,
we are
Thomas.
actually, yeah. Hey, hey, Sasha. Hey, Alexander. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Had some jet lag, but now I'm pretty okay.
You are. Each time I see you, you are smiling and full of energy and positive vibrations. So let's see how you do in your today's page. So whenever you are ready.
Just a second, let me open the presentation and let me start screen sharing. So can you hear it? Can you see it?
Yes, all fine.
Okay, so here we go. Hi everyone, my name is Alexander from MedMe, and let me start with a question. How many of you recently booked doctor appointment by phone, or ordered an airline ticket by phone as well? Just to compare, I believe not so many, if any, did it by phone with airline tickets or hotels, but there is a big problem in the medical sector. Patients still book appointments by phone. Medical information still exchanged by scans, paper, and in the States even by faxes. And there are 2 reasons for that. The vast variety of medical information systems, together with very strict data regulations, do not allow to create one central database, and also how to persuade clinics to put out their so sensitive data. And there is a solution. MedMe is an electronic health record exchange platform that aim to connect all the players of a medical sector, which are clinics, insurance companies, pharmacists, and of course, doctors and patients. So what was, let me move it out here. Yeah. So what was before? On the diagram, you can see clinics all hidden behind the wall of EMR systems. And on the right side, they are partners. If we imagine that we need to connect only 100 clinics with only 100 partners, one need to create and then to support 10,000 integrations, which makes it actually practically impossible. And where MedMe comes into the picture, so we'll provide for all the clinics as well as their partners one and secure channel of communications. And on top of our integration engine, plenty of solutions. So what do we have? We have solutions for clinics like PRM, where P stands for patients. It is for patient flow and clinic resources management, much more effective than it was before. Solutions for patients of clinics, which are, of course, appointment scheduling, telemedicine, and the personal cabinets. Solution for B2B communication, for example, to automate all the flows, reimbursement and reconciliation between insurance companies and clinics. And we have an alpha mode e-prescription and real-world data marketplace, which I will present in a few slides later. So what is our current business model? It's pretty simple. We charge clinics between 25 and more per monthly license per doctor for our tools, like I mentioned before, PRM, telemedicine, appointment scheduling, and others. And our partners, scaling partners, are pharmas and insurance companies who needs to connect to a large number of clinics. And we just started to adopt a new business model where we create a kind of virtual real-world data marketplace. Real-world data is about depersonalized medical records, which could provide a plenty of efficient tool to create more efficient drug development and other for pharmas. So we provide our tools, including smart and FHIR apps, for free for doctors and clinics, while pharma companies will pay about 10 cents per each depersonalized electronic health record in average. About our future plans. So we doubled our sales in 2021. We will do it again in 2022, and we'll continue to grow. We already have existing customers, more than 500 clinics in Israel and CIS, and we continue to grow. So we would like to continue our growth in 2 regions. In MENA, it's Israel, not only. We have also connections with Dubai Health Authority and Jordan, and there are much more countries that struggle with all those interoperability and other problems. While in the US, we just came from a global InterSystems Global Summit, and I really like guys to thank you, because just during the conference, we got 3 very hot leads, and one just can imagine how big is the market. So what do we look now is for a convertible loan, just to scale our development and to match the grant in Israel, while by the end of the year, we would like to close 2.5 Series A investment, and we already have a lead investor, so I'd be glad to discuss it in private. For such a great plans, we have a close-knit team. Just let me mention Fadi, my partner, who is online as well, our CTO since, I believe, 8 years. Itzhak, or Tzitsko, who designed more than half of medical information system in Israeli hospital, and myself, who made 2 exits, so I know a little bit about startups. And we have a team of almost 30 developers and managers to create our products. And I promise to make it very short, and I believe I got like 1 minute more. Thomas, please confirm. So I just would like to...
You don't?
I don't, okay. So that's it, okay. And here are our contacts, and I'd be glad to answer your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alexander, for your presentation. I'm sure you can make your point as part of an answer to a question. So are there other questions, please?
Yeah, I just have one quick one. Alex, can we go back to that slide that had your real-world data marketplace model on it, please?
Sure, here we are.
Thank you. So current model is that the customers are clinics that are paying per doctor, and that's based around the initial product, which was for scheduling, correct? So trying to sort of
yes, actually, you are very correct, because it started from the scheduling, but then we added all those tools, like not only scheduling, like we added telemedicine, we added B2B communication, we added a more advanced tool to manage clinics of PRM. So just to...
So are those functionalities remaining, and the real world data marketplace is simply a value add? It's not a pivot, correct? Like you're going to do both. You're going to still continue with the original plan, and you're going to add in potentially the real world data marketplace.
That's correct. And even more than that, we saw that we have an app, but we would like to switch to Smart and FHIR model, because Smart and FHIR was included in the 21st Century Cures Act. That means actually it's a part of regulation. It's obviously important for all of those medical organizations to implement it. And we are ready to implement it for free, but we would like to get their RVD for us to then sell it to pharma. It's just a hypothesis, but we already signed AstraZeneca, and our pricing model is based on one but current contract with them. So I believe we need to scale it. And as you mentioned, it's just the expansion of our model, because we believe we will get more revenues from our real-world data than from just B2B SaaS solution on a monthly based fee?
No, this isn't a question, but a comment. One of the things I'm working with InterSystems on is something called HL7 Project Vulcan, and this is a FHIR uses for clinical research in pharma, in biotech, and there's a big push right now in scheduling, and so I think you should take a look at that because you might be able to add value on the drug development side, because this is something that pharma has a very difficult problem with. So every time a clinical trial is performed, much like when you go to see your doctor, there's a schedule. There's also a lot of small things that have to happen during that visit. So, so if you haven't already looked at it, HL7 Project Vulcan is something you might want to dig into a bit.
Thank you a lot, because for us clinical trials are obviously like a high end of these data types, while real world data stands on the opposite side. So we have real world evidence in between, and we wanted to start from something that's very more techy, but it's a great approach. Thank you a lot. We will take a look definitely after. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we have more questions? We still have almost 5 minutes. Plenty of time.
I'm always glad to explain more about our existing products, because I did it very quickly, or to answer the questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so as I mentioned, it's all based on integration engine, where it's the ultimate goal to provide two things: to allow like cross-organization appointment scheduling, which is a huge problem in the States. In addition to that, we just switched to InterSystems solutions like HeartSHIELD Plus Connect to provide so-called HeartSHIELD interoperability exchange, or we call it EHR exchange platform. And we already have paying customers for that. Now, from easy to more complex tool like on appointment widget, it's a very obvious tool. It could be inculcated in any place where potential customers could be visiting, and it allows like seamless appointment scheduling and booking across medical organizations. Like for example, patients can find for example, a complex booking to find a gynecologist plus ultrasound together with a gap not more than half an hour between them, accepting certain type of insurance in certain geographic area. So we can do it like in a one simple query. PRM, as mentioned, it's P stands for patients. It allows clinics to make the management of the patient flow as well as their resources like doctors, cabinet, working hours, like in a much more efficient way. It has plenty of tools on top of that, like penetrated analytics, call tracking integrations with different payment system, IP telephony. We have tools for patients like feedbacks, reminders, and really a lot of great stuff inside. Smart on FHIR, like I mentioned, it's alpha in the approach. We already have an app, but Smart on FHIR will grant patients the ability and the option to manage the access to the medical record. So the new approach says that you don't need to download the app of every clinic, but you need actually you ask your physician or doctor to send the data into some independent system, and you as a patient will be able to see your EHR from the multiple data sources, multiple clinics. Telemedicine is pretty easy. It's like medical Zoom, like we do now, but you don't need to download any tool. You just follow the web link, and it works like that. So it's screen sharing, recording, sending files, and it's seamlessly integrated with existing KMR. So no need to actually switch to yet another system for doctors, which is pretty painful. We have a nice project in Israel where we allow to manage doctors and nurses for home visits and home lab projects. And it also optimizes the roles of doctors, which is very important for such kind of project. And as for e-prescriptions and real world data, so if you see on you see like the left two blocks it stops here. So patients get some prescriptions from doctors, and that's stop here, while we know how to transform their prescriptions into electronic form and then to generate drugs basket ready for delivery and to buy it online, while pharma will benefit from not only from real world data but also from additional statistics based on that. And the last is for I would say medical endurance challenge, or we try to solve the burden they have and just quickly explore it, create like multi-organization access to EHR of patients, again electronic appointment scheduling, and the reconciliation and reimbursement together with guarantee letters, just to automate all those processes to make it much more transparent and automated for both sides, for both for clinics and for insurance companies. Thank you again for this ability to present, and I'm really grateful for Global Summit event. It was great. We just, as I mentioned, got very hot leads, and I wish for all the companies to keep going. It was really helpful. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alexander, for your pitch and the time and energy that so far you have dedicated to Caelestinus. I'm happy to hear that you had a great summit in Seattle. And we have our very last Caelestinus team to present, which is none other than Biodata. Biodata sounds digital.
Which one is better for your ear? This is Stanislav from Biodata. Hello.
Hello, Stanislav. So you are the last one. That's like,
yes, that's very tough task. Very tough task. I understand.
But everyone is has gone through a lot during the last 4 hours. So I'm hoping you can wake us up with some great pitching.
Okay, let's rock. I'm going online. Can you see me? My
yes,
screen?
all works fine.
Okay, great. So Biodata is an application for storing all kind of medical and health-related data. And so what is basically wrong with data now? Both patients and doctors, they take decisions in an environment where they work with fragmented data. So we're looking at the blood test, but we don't understand the context, how the patient got prepared for the tests. Or maybe the application may set activity goals, but it doesn't take into account the background and particular health traits of the user. So most of the data is fragmented, and therefore decision may be irrelevant. Our main goal is to connect all data in one window, in one place. So which means we're collecting and all blood tests, genetics, nutrition data, and wearable health data, which we can obtain through wearable health devices. And we are working both B2C and B2B, but here in this speech, I'm mostly focusing on our B2B potential. Currently, we are picking up a lot of interest from the clinics, and we are on the verge of signing a few contracts with them, using our application on top of their IT environment as a patient application. So where a patient uses our app for free, and the clinic pays for the doctors to track all this data and use our algorithms for decision making. And here, actually, we have been thinking in the Caelestinus accelerator how we can use the infrastructure available and the expertise from FHIR technology to get connected with all these potential users globally. We have currently built up a stand which works basically as an API for our system. So we can store health-related data from our application to InterSystems Cloud, for example, and then we can extend to the external data users. I had just like you, I was following the brilliant speech of MedMe just before myself. And for example, MedMe is a potential integration partner or user for us because we can use them for telemedicine connection or for transferring data to other end users which they have. So we can do this by standardizing and delivering the data through API. The market is huge, it's growing quickly, and there are a lot of players. So my usual takeaway from this slide is that there will be room for everyone, and everyone can build big businesses in this market. That's why we are here, and that's why we are looking for new applications for our app. Currently, we keep on looking for pilot projects with healthcare and wellness providers. We are going through 3 pilot projects right now, which are likely to end up in contracts for us. And then we also look to speed up our R&D and our development. Therefore, we're looking for a small round by the end of this year. Well, less than 700,000, I think. But most of that is R&D speeding up, and some of that is for marketing, because we do not sell like through digital marketing. We mostly sell through networking and connecting directly to the clinics. So I try to keep this short as I can, and I would rather pick up some questions now, if I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanislav, for your pitch, and I invite everyone else to ask questions.
Stanislav, it's Evgeny from InterSystems.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi,
Thanks
Evgeny.
for your pitch. I have a question. Who is your primary customer of Biodata?
Well, currently the primary customer is individuals out there who look to optimize their health and their lifestyle. And what is happening now is we are reaching the critical turning point where we can use this client base to connect them with doctors. So they are becoming more and more active in the application. We are collecting more and more data, and our algorithms are capable of identifying the patients who are in need to connect with the doctors. So the current key customer is individual. Maybe I will speak a little bit about how we're different, for example, from the previous speech, because it seems that we're also collecting a lot of data. So the core feature of our application is deep analysis of the data we collect. So basically, we dwell on the thousands of scientific articles we collect to build the algorithms to analyze this data. That's our main goal, is to get all this data analyzed and make all conclusions we make automated and deeply based in science. That's a little bit different from just transferring data from one place to another and aggregating standardized data. So I hope I was making that clear during my pitch.
So the application will give advices upon the data that will be loaded, right? So
yes, the goal is to take as much of the conclusions we take to make them as much as we can automated, so that the doctor, the MD, only have to deal with some suggestions and approve or disapprove them, and that so that each user is highly motivated to enter more data. Because if we collect huge amounts of data, we will not be able to process them manually. So we're trying to automate these conclusions as much as we can and make them relevant.
I see. For example, if I am as a user of your system, I can invite my physician to analyze this data too, or how is it working?
Well, yes, basically you can. So we can set up an account. Currently, you need to connect with us so that we set up an account for your physician, because we need to be sure that we have your consent to share your data. But other than that, yes, that works not only to get connected with your physician, but also to get a few physicians on board to see your data, for example, for counseling, for physician-to-physician discussion, doctor-to-doctor discussion.
Maybe can I ask you, Stanislav? You mentioned it somewhere, but what are the institutions or the physicians or hospitals that you are involving in this project to somehow validate?
Thank you for the question. That's actually an important question. These clinics all have something in common. They are all work in the field of personalized and preventive medicine, because that's where you have to process huge amounts of data, and that's where the physicians are also trained to work and analyze this data. So our conclusions are also relevant, and they are also informative for them, because even at the current level, the amount of data or advice we give may probably be a little bit too detailed for a regular physician. So that's usually highly professional physicians and clinics specialized in preventive medicine or personalized medicine.
Yeah, thanks.
Stanislav, I see you have like a photo recognition file upload features in your system. Do you mean that if I have like my medical information in paper, so it can be loaded to your system? Right?
Yes, this can be done now without any kind of blood or urine tests. And we are working on medical reports now, so unstructured text. Now we are able to store all kinds of structured text like blood tests. And we can, yes, now we can do OCR recognition of photos. That was live in April, starting from April.
Great. And also I remember you mentioned that you have like a gamification platform inside. Can you provide more information about it?
Yes, one of the barriers, one of the issues when you have that much data is that it's really a hard job to upload, get it all uploaded in the system. So we have came up with a quest system. We do not ask you to upload all data at once. We ask you a few simple questions, and then we guide you through data upload by issuing quests and rewarding you for uploading all this data. All these quests are based on our internal game engine, so that just created by doctors. We have a doctor who switched to game design. Formerly, she used to be I forgot it to how to say it in English, endocrinologist. And now she's working to make all this medical advice more interesting and engaging for users, so that we can closely connect it to the goals. If you download our app, the app will not ask you many questions at first. It will only ask you one question: what do you want? And then once you choose what you do want, then it will take the matter from there, so leading you to your goal, and identifying other small goals which you may have, and engaging you in this game of health, so to say.
Thank you. And maybe last question from me: do you have paying customers, and what is the business model?
Well, the current business model is that we, with the clinic, is that we sign a contract and we do some R&D for them, like finalizing our solution for them. Then they have some discount on the subscription. Our target business model is subscription model. Currently, we are speeding up our development by attracting clinics to participate in this development, and they are paying upfront for a license, for a lifetime license, so that we can finish our R&D quicker. That's how we sell right now. And individual licenses for, B2C licenses are around $100 per year currently. So you can pay on a monthly basis, or you can pay per year with a discount, and annual contract is $100, something like that, for having all your data recognized and controlled, and all your recommendations flowing automated in the app.
Thank you.
Right. I think, Evgeny, this was last question of the demo day. It's been a busy and stimulating